We don't approve this.
Distinguished members of the bar, invited guests, please just bear with us. We will be commencing this program in the next 7 minutes. Please, thank you. mo ti ní kí báyọ̀ bá mi gẹ̀ẹ́tì kò tí ì fún mi.
morning, distinguished colleagues. May I again apologize that we are starting this meeting late. I want to thank each and every one of you for the honor you've done in responding to the invitation like you did. We are very grateful. This is an important meeting for all of us as legal practitioners, but we have one of our resource persons who came all the way from Lagos. He actually came last night and slept in town, but is a very senior colleague. Used Google Map to trace the MBS Secretariat, and that took him to our Garki, our old secretariat. So he's on his way back. He will be here in less than 5 minutes. We just want to do him the honor of starting the program while he's here because of all the trouble that he took to come and be a facilitator in this meeting. So I thank you for your patience. In another 5-10 minutes, once he comes here, we would commence the meeting. And you know, it's a straight drive from the old secretariat. So any moment from now, he will be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the bar, ladies and gentlemen, please, may we rise for the national anthem. Please, I crave your indulgence to still be standing while we do the NBA prayer. May I invite Ima Abasi Enoch for the NBA prayers.
Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and to do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellows, men, and country. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Please, you might have your seat. The President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, OON-SAN, the representative of the Executive Chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the EFCC, the representative of the CEO of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adeshino Adigbite, our distinguished facilitators, Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, and Mr. Babajide Ogundikpe, our esteemed branch chairman, learned senior advocates of Nigeria, distinguished members of the bar, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the Nigerian Bar Association House. You are also welcome to the first session in the series of the MBA Anti-Money Laundering Sensitization Workshop for legal practitioners in Nigeria. As you are aware, this MBA administration, led by Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, OON-SAN, ensured the passing of the new rules of professional conduct in 2023. While the rules seek to improve our remuneration, which I know all of us are interested in, Chapter 2 of the Rules of Professional Conduct provides for the MBA Anti-Money Laundering Guidelines. This underscores the reputation of the Nigerian Bar Association as a self-regulatory body and the desire of the MBA and our members to abide by necessary anti-money laundering measures and laws while collaborating with enforcement agencies, including the EFCC and the NFIU. This workshop for legal practitioners in Nigeria highlights the importance of anti-money laundering compliance, the role of lawyers in preventing financial crimes, and provides a comprehensive understanding of our own guidelines. Most importantly, we are privileged to have you, our members, here today, because this means that you have the enthusiasm and the desire to understand all of these issues that revolve around anti-money laundering. We also understand that with our desire to be self-regulating comes immense responsibility. It is on this note that I invite the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu Chonoko Mekiao, OON-SAN, for his welcome address. Mr. President, sir.
Habib is warning me that the mic is short for me. I probably would have to hold it up, but it's okay. I can stoop just to get a good effect for the mic. Thank you very much, Mr. Publicity Secretary. I want again to apologize to us for commencing this meeting at this time. We are quite behind schedule. But better late than never, and particularly for an important meeting such as this. This is the very first time that we are having this level of collaboration with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. And I'm grateful to God that this is happening, and all of us are responding to the need for this collaboration very well. So again, I'd like to welcome you to this meeting, first of its kind, like I said. There is not much to say beyond what the Publicity Secretary has said as the introduction. In his introductory remarks, we decided that we have to demonstrate to everyone that the fight against corruption, be it money laundering, be it the financing of terrorism, it's a fight that can better be done by lawyers, because we are the ones that are called primarily to give direction to the people and advance the cause of our nation. And no other person understands the need for us to deal with the laws than ourselves. And the fight against corruption is a matter of law, and we are the ones that are schooled and instructed in the subject of laws, and so we are better positioned to give direction in this regard. And that is why when we came on board, we decided that, number one, to demonstrate our good faith and our responsibility in this regard is to make the anti-money laundering guidelines and also the counter-terrorism guidelines part of our rules of professional conduct. And why did we even do that? Apart from demonstrating that responsibility and that good faith, we cannot, as those who take the lead in directing others, have some other persons tell us what to do. So we have to take that responsibility. We have to take the lead. We should actually be the ones advising the EFCC, the NFIU, the police, and all other agencies on how to deal with the issues of corruption. It's an aberration that we have EFCC telling us what to do. We are the lawyers. Granted that we can have some of our colleagues as part of that organization, or even heading that organization as we do now, but it is still our responsibility. And so I would like to use this opportunity to commend and thank and congratulate the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Mr. Ola Olukoyode, who is also an illustrious member of the Nigerian Bar Association himself, represented by no less a personnel of the EFCC than Mr. Daniel Isse. Mr. Daniel Isse is the director of SCUMUL, and I know everyone here knows SCUMUL. And we have concerns about SCUMUL. Am I correct? Yes, but this collaboration would deal with that. And again, I would like to appreciate our facilitators this morning. And for some reason, I didn't make this choice, but they happen to be the brain behind the anti-money laundering guidelines. I'd like for us to put our hands together for Mr. Jide Ogundipe. That applause is not good enough, but I will take it. I will take it as what should a precursor to what I'm going to say. So it would usher what I'm going to say about Mr. Jide Ogundipe. Mr. Jide Ogundipe single-handedly gave us the anti-money laundering guidelines because it's one that has got exceptional expertise on that subject. He has done tremendous work in that particular area within and outside of this country. And because of his love for the country, because of his love for the profession, all of you are aware of the case that we had with the CBN and the Incorporated Trustees of the Nigerian Bar Association that is at the Supreme Court now. Mr. Jide Ogundipe is also one of the counsel that put together that case. And of course, you know, that case succeeded at the High Court, at the Court of Appeal, and the CBN is the appellant at the Supreme Court. Mr. Jide Ogundipe has decided to make this sacrifice at no fee. Not a single dime was given to Mr. Jide Ogundipe, and he has made himself available at the time we had meetings in order to find the appropriate guidelines that we would include in the anti-money, in our rules of professional conduct. And what is more, when I called him just about a few days ago to say, sir, we really need you to be at this meeting to facilitate this program. We've been able to strike this understanding with the EFCC to have this collaboration. It's going to be a series of sensitization exercise across the country, but we are starting here today. And he said, I am in, but subject to an approval that I have to get. And what was or is that approval? He said, and you know, there are very few people that call me by my first name, Yakubu, and I love it. Mr. Jide Ogundipe is one that calls me, oh, Yakubu. And it makes me really feel that younger brother to him that I am. And so he said, you know, so then he said, this date that you have picked is my 43rd wedding anniversary. He said, I have agreed to come, but you know, I need permission to be able to do that. So he got back to me not long after we spoke to say that your auntie has given the approval. So distinguished colleagues, while we can clap, we can applaud Mr. Jide Ogundipe, but I think there is an applause that we must give, that we must make, that must be heard in Lagos. And it's better done Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, sir, we congratulate you on your 43rd wedding anniversary. You are indeed an example to many of us in legal practice, and now we have publicly seen that you are also a family man. You have established yourself as one who is exemplary in that respect, one that has great respect for that institution, and we'd like to thank you for this sacrifice that you have done for the Nigerian Bar Association, for the people of this country, in all the works that you have done to put together the anti-money laundering guidelines, which is now part of our rules of professional conduct. And while you should be spending time with my auntie today, you decided that, well, in spite of this coincidence of the date, that you would rather come. And Mr. Jide came yesterday. He spent the night in Abuja yesterday. So we like to thank you, convey our appreciation to my auntie for the sacrifice that she has done in allowing you to come. Those of us who are just in our 20s, in the business of marriage, know that we have hope, because what you behold is very easy for you to become. We have beheld 43, we will do 43 and beyond by the special grace of God. And we like to pray that as God has equipped you to keep that institution, the sanctity of that institution for these 43 years, God Almighty would also give you the grace and equip you with all that you need to take it forward to 50, to 60, to 70, and if Jesus tarries, maybe we would come and celebrate your 100th wedding anniversary. Sir, we thank you. We really cannot thank you enough. And another gentleman that has really done tremendous work in these rules of professional conduct, after we got every chunk that we required from Mr. Jide Ogundipe, is Professor Ernest Ojukwu, the teacher. Prof, you know, I'm sure half of this room, if not more, are your students. And I also consider myself your student as well, because what you did in that institution rubs off not only on those that you taught directly, but all of us that went through that institution. The Nigerian Law School will forever remember you for the good works that you have done. And outside of the Nigerian Law School too, you have kept faith with this profession. You've been so exemplary. I mean, you have by yourself taught ethics, not only ethics as we know it in the books, but you are ethics personified. You are ethics personified. You are the only professor I know that has deliberately put together a curriculum on ethics, and particularly on the subject of anti-money laundering guidelines. And you have held several sessions with the EFCC to teach them about anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing, terrorism financing, to teach them. That is how it should be. And you would take students from your class and they will go to the EFCC to see the workings of the EFCC in order to inculcate that culture in them, so that as they leave the university, they are conscious of their responsibilities in regard this issue of anti-money laundering guidelines. And so I'd like to thank you. Prof was the one that now put the new rules of professional conduct the way you eventually got it, because he did the draftsman's work and dotted all the I's, the T's, and when EFCC and director, and by the way, Daniel Isse is also a lawyer. He's a lawyer himself, representing the EFCC. While they came and the back and forth, he would say, no, we are not going to this area, this one is not good for us, we are doing this and that. So he taught all of us about what it should be in our rules of professional conduct. And I'm happy to say that your efforts together with others that have also joined in helping put this together has given us these rules of professional conduct. And it is only right for us, having demonstrated that good faith, to understand our responsibilities in the guidelines and begin to implement them. Otherwise, the guidelines will just be in the book, and we are not implementing them because we don't know them. And that is why when it was passed in June last year, we decided that it should be made to commence in January this year. ideally to give us the time for the sensitization workshops and the trainings to prepare us for when the rules would come on board. That didn't happen for some reasons, but we are starting now. And at this point, I think it is appropriate for me to mention that as benefit of this engagement that we are having with the EFCC, I had the privilege of speaking with the chairman on Sunday, and by the way, he's not here. I'm sure the representative of the chairman would give, let me not run ahead of him. He will tell us why the chairman is not here. But he said to me that he is happy with this engagement that we are having, and that he has directed Daniel, the director of SCUMO, and has also spoken to the governor of Central Bank that all actions with respect to SCUMO requirements should be suspended until we are done with the sensitization exercise. I thought this would make, and so I'm sure within the week, Daniel is going to carry out that instruction. The CBN governor is going to write to all the banks in compliance with what the chairman said, so that those of us that have issues with our banks with respect to those requirements would have all our accounts released, and we will continue with this sensitization exercise to fully demonstrate our commitment in this respect. So at this point, would like to thank each and every one of you for turning up for this meeting, and we would sit back and listen to our facilitators. You know, it's easier when you are the manufacturer of a product. It's very easy for you to talk about that product from the point of understanding of whatever you had, the knowledge that you had in coming up with the conception. And these are gentlemen that have practiced widely and have subjected their practice to similar guidelines in other jurisdictions, and they will do a wonderful job at it, I'm sure. And thank you very much for turning up in your numbers. This actually will show the EFCC and other sister agencies that we are really, really ready, willing, and hungry to take up our responsibilities. And maybe as a last point, what you'll be hearing in the course of this meeting is that an NBA AML committee would be set up maybe before the end of this week, so that as we go on to sensitize ourselves about these anti-money laundering guidelines, we are setting up the structure that will now be the interface between the EFCC and our members. No longer would any law enforcement agency come to you directly. They would go through that structure, and whatever information they require from you, they would get from that structure, because it is expected that after this sensitization exercise, you would have learned what to do in order to comply with our own rules. Then we have become self-regulatory, we have become independent in that respect. We are responsible to the country and to all law enforcement agencies, and we will not have third parties knocking on our doors in this respect. I thank you so very much for your attention. God bless you as we enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Yakubu Chunukomekia, OONSAN. I'm sure we all know SCUML, like the NBA president did mention, and representing the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Mr. Olukoyede, is the director of the EFCC SCUML, Mr. Daniel Isay. Mr. Daniel Isay, please come on the stage for your goodwill message. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, senior members of the Bar, ESCO member, National ESCO of the NBA, branch chairman, senior colleagues, members of the press, good morning. My name is Daniel Isai, the Director of Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, SCUMO. I'm standing here to represent the chairman to give his goodwill message. First and foremost, I would like to extend the chairman's greetings and to also inform you that the chairman is indeed not able to attend this meeting due to some other engagement. As a matter of fact, is out of the country. He would have indeed love to be in your midst as a very senior represent me and extend of the bar to see that the law of justice is a critical component in the fight against money laundering is an international requirement. The Financial Action Task Force, FATF, the international framework on the issues of anti-money laundering calls for collaboration. It's very critical. No institution, no agency, no professional body can do it alone. So the point of collaboration is very, very critical if we must win the fight against corruption and anti-money laundering. And that is why this synergy, this collaboration cannot be overemphasized. So we thank very greatly the leadership of the Nigeria Bar Association for opening its doors for this very important collaboration. The president has already given his words as to the efforts, as to the commitment of very senior members of the bar to see to it that the guidelines come to bear and that the EFCC is not taken for granted. With leadership for incorporating critical elements of anti-money laundering and terrorist financing into the guidelines. And we would like to say clearly that in 2019, when Nigeria was evaluated against the global standard as to the extent of anti-money laundering compliance, our outcome, our result wasn't very good. And as critical partners, the needed collaboration to address some of those gaps led to EFCC and the NBA having critical meetings on how best to put guidelines together and see to it that when the next opportunity comes for evaluation, Nigeria will do much better. And that is why we are excited to be part of this. As a commission, we are indeed very excited that the NBA has taken the lead, even to other professional bodies, to know that the lawyers have indeed come forth to join hands with the EFCC to fight the twin scourges of money laundering and terrorist financing. I must also say that this collaboration couldn't have come at a better time than we are having it today. We are all aware that Nigeria is grey listed. We are on the grey list. So when we have grey list, when we are on the grey list, there are certain actions that are expected of us as a country to take and show forth to the world that we are moving in the right direction. So this event is one of those activities that will be able to show that indeed there is a strong collaboration between competent authorities of government and self-regulatory bodies to address the issue of money laundering and terrorist financing. So we are on the right trajectory. We are proud to be part of this, and we cannot wait to have another face-to-face with FATF to say that, yes, the Nigeria Bar Association has, as a matter of fact, put in place a committee that is interfacing to see an effective implementation of AMS-CFT guidelines. I would also like to say clearly that this is preparation for greater works. And how do I mean? The President has clearly underscore the importance of sensitization. What you don't know, or what you don't have, you don't give. So the point of information and knowledge is critical. So we need to go around this cycle of sensitization. Thereafter, we embark on a risk assessment. It's also a component. It's also an activity that we must do to show that we are moving in the right direction. So on behalf of the chairman of the EFCC, the management of the EFCC, we would like to very profusely thank you, congratulate you for turning out in good numbers, which indeed demonstrates that good faith, which indeed demonstrates the willingness and the hunger to take the needed action, which demonstrates that indeed we are having a very reliable ally to join us in the fight against corruption and money laundering. And on this note, I would like to say that, yes, this is just one of the events that has taken place. More is to come, and the EFCC will be with you all the way. And if there are barriers that needs to be broken, this creates a very veritable platform. Like the president has already said, there's going to be a committee that will be interfacing with relevant authorities. And we are very desirous to break all the barriers. All we want is an effective engagement with the NBA. We want a seamless relationship for the good of the country. So we thank you very well. We thank you so much for this great opportunity. And on this note, I would like to say, okay, just the president has hinted, too much of information does no harm. Though he has said that my executive chairman directed that we need to look for a way around the bottlenecks, the challenges that the issue of SCUMO certificate is causing a lot of our colleagues. And yes, that I reaffirm, that the chairman has indeed instructed me as the relevant director in charge of SCUMO certificate issuance that I need to take action quickly and take out the pains that lawyers are going through. Like I said, this is one of the takeaways of effective collaboration. When we come to the round table, we hear from you. We look at our processes. What is it that is needed that we can do to also support the other party? And that is why we are moving in this direction. Whereas we have this opportunity to go around the country in terms of sensitization, once we get to a comfortable level, we can now establish the protocols. So on this basis, I thank you very much, Mr. President, for having us. I thank you, my very learned colleagues, and thank you, dear colleagues. God bless you all.
Please, another round of applause to Mr. Daniel. Please, Mr. Daniel is saying, when you return to the EFCC headquarters, kindly extend our gratitude and our goodwill to the chairman of the EFCC, and let him know that as he is taking the pains of lawyers, he is going to get the gains of lawyers. Because as you can see, this all is filled, but we even have more members online joining us virtually for this very important sensitization. So thank you. This commitment, we are committed to this collaboration. Thank you. We are going to be going straight into the workshop. There is no time to waste any longer. But just before that, I have some house cleaning to do. You know, our profession is a conservative one. And to that extent, we are very senior members of the bar joining us today, physically and of course online. But the people that are physically present here, we have Mr. Roland Otaru, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You are welcome, sir. We have Mrs. Nella Anderabana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Mama, you're welcome. We have Mr. Sule Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Suki, you're welcome. We have Dr. Elachi Agada, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Suki, you're welcome. We have an author, a publisher, Mrs. Fumi Kodri, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, join us too. Mommy, you're welcome. We have a former chairman of Abuja branch, a Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Moses Ebute, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome. We also have, of course, as you would expect, Mr. Chukwuka Ikwazam, the chairman of the NBA Security Injustice Relations Committee. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And of course, Dr. Roland is Royal Highness Otaru, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Please, we'll be going straight to the workshop. And like the president mentioned, this is a collaboration with the EFCC, the NFIU. And so we have other facilitators aside our distinguished members here. In that regard, if you have the program with you, you would know that the next item that we will be dealing with is the overview of typology studies, money laundering typology relating to fraud, corruption, drug trafficking, terrorism financing, money laundering in the real estate sector, and trust and company service providers. That is an item that we have, but we will be going straight now to the overview of the anti-money laundering /CFT global requirements for legal practitioners. And to do justice to that very important topic is Ms. Ungunan Kakwa from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. You are most welcome. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, the President of the NBA, good morning, sir. The senior members of the bar, good morning. Executive of the NBA, senior lawyers, and my colleagues at the NBA, good morning. My name is Gunan Kakwa. I'm a lawyer. I work for the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission in the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering. I'm here to give an overview, as you said, of the AML CFT global requirements for legal practitioners. What I'm saying is not anything new. Like Mr. President said, the lawyers are meant to teach the commission these laws. They're the custodians of the law. So I'm just going to run through so that we can refresh our memories, and then we'll go into the main events for the day. I have a slide to guide me. Thank you. Like my director said, the second round of mutual evaluation sorry. The first one, please. The first one, let's start from the first slide. So the report on the mutual evaluation, a couple of deficiencies were highlighted for Nigeria. And one of those deficiencies that it pertains to the legal profession. With recommendation 22. Okay, thank you. Talks about lawyers, notary, other accountants when they prepare for or carry out transactions for their client concerning the following activities: buying and selling of real estate, managing of client money, securities and other assets, management of savings or securities account, organization of contributions for the creation, operation, or management of companies, creation, operation, or management of legal persons or arrangements, and buying and selling of the business entities. So as a quick run through, the FATF is the Financial Action Task Force Against Money Laundering. Recommendation 22 relates to DNFBPs, that's designated non-financial business and professions, which lawyers, notaries, publics fall under. So what it is that due to the global nature of the legal profession, we find lawyers involved in so many activities. So what this recommendation is saying is that lawyers should inadvertently not be used for money laundering purposes while carrying out these functions. So the global framework as it regards to the obligation of lawyers starts from recommendation 10. Oh gosh. Yes, talks about the customer due diligence. So what it is, for customer due diligence, we're talking about identification and verification of your client's identities. Identification and verification of beneficial owners. When you go into transactions, you make the extra effort to find out their identities and the purpose for the business transaction. Now, why law is seen as always be easily going to be used for money laundering is because the legal profession has a cloak of legality. So if you are a fraudulent person, if you want to hide your money or convert your fraudulent gotten in, you're going to come to a lawyer. So what this recommendation is saying, what the recommendation is saying is that lawyers just need to do this due diligence as well as record keeping. Then the issue of politically exposed persons. This is very touchy in the sense that politically exposed persons, we all know who they are. They're people that have access to government and influence, just people that can have access to a lot of money. So this recommendation is key in the sense that they're not talking about when it comes to your tribunal cases. They're talking about you having, when you set up businesses or run transactions for these people, you have to carry out this customer due diligence. This is to, now you're not reporting them, but in the event where law enforcement or a regulatory body needs the information, you have it at hand to give them. So it's not like you're breaching any confidentiality, which is what is usually the problem in this instance. And no one is asking for you to go out of the way to find out what it is they are doing, but you have the basic information about them. So quickly running through, because we didn't start so earlier. I just don't want to burden you with all of this. This is available on the Financial Action Task Force website to see the recommendations. But as it concerns the lawyers, that will be the recommendation 10, 12, 15, and 17. So now comparative practices. When we talk about global practices, let's see something that is another region is carrying out. The European Commission recently introduced a package of 4 proposals, which can be divided into substantive and institutional reforms. They have the new AML regulation, the new AML directive, amendments to the transfer of fund regulation, and establishments of AMLA. So what's of interest here is this AML authority regulation. It's a system that supervises high-risk institutions. In this instance, the definition of high risk would include lawyers because of the clientele they deal with that most likely would also have access to money and to be careful about that. So this anti-money Laundering Authority regulation supervises all self-regulatory bodies, which, if I'm correct, is what the new rules for the MBA is also proposing by putting the Anti-Money Laundering Committee. It's supposed to act as the self-regulatory body for all money laundering activities within the MBA. So now in the EU, they have this authority that supervises all those SRBs and liaises with the law enforcement. Then you have the new anti-money laundering regulation. It talks about the beneficial ownership registration, all with regards to identification of clients, or what we talked about. Then the new AML directly updates the rules and framework concerning national AML. Then the amendments to transfer of funds regulation. Then the Belgian bar, I'm sure most of you here can tell me more about that, so I'll just skip that through. Then another important practice is that of the United Kingdom. They have an office for professional bodies, anti-money laundering supervision. Under this body supervises, I think, about 25 organizations, 9 of which are all legal bodies. So what it does is it supervises, they are the SRBs of their institution, of their profession. So it supervises them with regards to money laundering and terrorist financing policies, as well as the risk assessment they carry out for their different associations to measure their risk profile with relation to money laundering and terrorist financing. Now, Canada also has a regulatory body responsible for supervising law firms to comply with the AML regulations. So now, the Nigerian context. The mutual evaluation report talks about, furthermore, despite the gatekeeper role of lawyers in Nigeria's economy, particularly concerning legal persons, PEPs, and high net worth clients, AML/CFT requirements are inoperative. And this is this is from recommendation 28, which talks about regulation and supervision of DNFBPs. It said the risk-based anti-money supervision was not well established. And this was a source of vulnerability to the financial system of the country. Going forward, where we are now, the MBA president talked about the new rules, which has greatly addressed this concern. And the ongoing engagements between the MBA, government regulators like the EFCC, the NFIU, is bringing better understanding to the concept of what needs to be done for us to be on the same page with these money laundering directives and policies. So now, with the rules of professional conduct for legal practitioners, the Chapter 2 contains the guidelines and rules of anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism for legal practitioners. It seeks to address this recommendation 28, which Nigeria was rated partially compliant. So going forward, with these types of engagement, I see that lawyers would educate, the legal profession will educate the law enforcement agencies, as Mr. President said. The public and the private partners will come together and come up with a solid framework to address these money laundering issues and countering terrorism financing in Nigeria. So this is just a brief overview of what we'll be talking about today. Targeted financial sanctions and the rest of the enhanced due diligence and beneficial ownership will be handled by other facilitators coming in. So thank you very much for listening. I don't know if there are any questions.
We'll be having Q&A after the sessions. So we'll have another one there. So we'll come back to you when we do. Please, another round of applause for her, please. Thank you so much. I know one of the questions that might be agitating our mind is what then happens with the materials? soon enough, hopefully by tomorrow or next, the MBA president will be launching the new MBA Continuing Legal Education blog, where all the materials of the ICLE and materials like this can be accessed free of charge by our members. So not to worry. So not to worry, all the materials of all the facilitators today will be uploaded on that new portal. We are working for you, rest assured. Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda, or please, before I do that, please, can you make welcome Chief Steve Onoye, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, please? Former Chairman of Onitsha Branch and former National Assistant Publicity Secretary of Nigerian Bar Association. We also have with us Mr. Lotona Okoli, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You are welcome, Leonard Sok. Like I had earlier mentioned, aside the EFCC, we're also collaborating with the NFIU. And to that extent, the next item on the agenda is the overview of typology studies, money laundering typology relating to fraud, corruption, drug trafficking, terrorism financing, money laundering in the real estate sector, and trust and company service providers. To do justice to this item is Dr. Emmanuel Shotande of the NFIU. Dr. Emmanuel, please. He has 30 minutes for his presentation. Okay, he has an hour for his presentation. We need to learn. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to stand by the existing protocol. My name again is Dr. Emmanuel Shotonde. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Designated Non-Financial Business and Professions for Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, in which lawyer is being categorized by the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. Today's presentation, I'll be looking at the risk assessments and a couple of typologies to be able to help us understand the phenomena of money laundering, the risk and vulnerability that is being the money laundering typologies exhibits regarding corruptions and the light of it. So the background of this study is involved from the National Risk Assessment findings of 2006. So I'm going to be talking about inherent risk. What are the inherent risks of money laundering, the vulnerabilities and the rest of it? These are risks that are existing before you put a framework in place before you put national risk assessment framework in place. So when you put in this inherent risk, you identify them in order to set a platform for mitigation, for risk mitigations. And from there, the residual risks are those risks that exist after you put the framework to combat those risks in places. So that's that. So 2022 National Risk Assessment, this the framework, the scope of the risk, the key threats, and also the key vulnerabilities. So when we're looking at the scope, we are talking about the capacity of criminal actors. Capacity of criminal actors. And also we're looking at the extent of criminal activities. When we talk about capacity of criminal actor, we're looking at the tendency to bribe and to corrupt institutional framework. And also the drug trafficking is also a major threat and fraud. The key threats that we have observed in the 2022 National Risk Assessment Inherent Risk Framework is bribery and corruptions, traffic in illicit substances, fraud. Then when we talk about key vulnerability, the major key vulnerability for the countries, shocking, is they are not even the lawyers. So the key vulnerabilities, banking sector and real estate. But unfortunately, the problem where lawyers have a lot of responsibility, because some of the lawyers also do help their clients to buy houses. As genuine people, we come to buy houses or invest in real estate. So also criminal-minded people, we come and invest or conceal their proceeds of crime using lawyers to buy those assets and real estate for them. So this the key framework and the scoping for the 2022 National Risk Assessment Framework. So if you want to have a look at it, you go to the website, NFIU website, to see the detailed report for you to be able to understand the scoping and the methodologies that we use to conduct this National Risk Assessment Framework. So what are the typologies that we see? The money laundering typology also showed various methods and techniques and the utilization of funds and also schemes used by the offenders to launder the proceeds of crime. The reports are also developed and they are successfully applied the industry risk assessment to be able to share these findings with competent authorities so that it will guide them regarding legislation, regarding example. So we are going to also be sharing that you can have a look at it and see can be involved and what kind of mechanisms going forward. So these are the three major typology studies that is being conducted at the NFIU that we have on our website at the moment. We have the one that is talking about corruption in Nigeria. The second one is talking about the fraud, how, what kind of patterns, what kind of instruments are used to commit fraud in Nigeria, what kind of actors are involved. And also the third one looks about it's about the drug trafficking and other, illegal substances. So these typology studies are all published in our websites. Yeah, you will be able, if you look at them, you'll be able to see where do we have concerns for lawyers and what kind of instrumentality and framework can we put in place to mitigate those vulnerabilities. So this a kind of an overview about what we're talking about. So we're going to be looking at the typology of laundering the proceeds of corruption. So I'm going to read a case for you. This is just an overview of the typology study. Corruption is known to be a major problem in the country. Therefore, there is need for government and other both private, public sector. There is need for us to enhance private, public sector engagement in order to reduce the vulnerabilities and the menace of corruption in the country. So these are the major red flags that we see. Laundering of proceeds of corruption by political exposed person. So, and that is very critical. The more you get access to the public fund, then the need for you to also engage lawyers to advise you legitimately. So also some political exposed person also advise, they engage lawyer for their interior motive. So we've seen that quite a lot. Transaction of political exposed person that's being consummated through our lawyers, by way of acting on their behalf. Sometimes they come to do that for a legitimate purpose, but for the fact that they are political exposed person, the 40 recommendation required enhanced due diligence, that we should apply enhanced due diligence before we conduct this transaction because they are political exposed person. So what we can be thinking about here as a lawyer is, do I need to consult MBA to advise me to conduct a very sensitive transaction for a political exposed person? So that is kind of engagement and conversation that we make us to stand firm as SRO. So for example, if a political exposed person wants to consummate or want to do a transaction in your law firm, and you think these transactions is very vulnerable or sensitive, you can consult the MBA to guide, or probably a form of a consent, and that is what I want to discuss today, whether we can have a consent regime between the lawyers and the MBA to say, this transaction I think is sensitive, can I go ahead? And that way, we're already creating a platform of collaboration in which the MBA will say, this is what happened, I have this information, and we guided the lawyer on how to go ahead with that transaction. And also, I'm also thinking from my own end. I have a lot of suspicious transaction reports filed on many law firms sitting here today. And I was just looking at it. Am I going to develop intelligence package and send to competent authority, ICPC, EFCC, for investigation? But something is telling me, what is the essence of collaboration? So when we're looking at, knowledge, 360-degree AML system, enhance, collaboration of all actors. So can I now look at those suspicious transactions and I said to MBA, I have this on lawyers, this also law firm. Can you help me look into it? Can you consent? Can you look into it? And what do you think about those transactions? How do we go forward? Then your advice will go a long way. And also your actions, when you determine that this law firm is being used to launder proceeds of crime, will also go a long way. So the engagement today is, can we change the regime, collaborative regime between the lawyers and the competent authority like SCOMO, like Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit? Can I send reports to MBA to look at what is happening within the law firm? Will MBA be able to collaborate with the NFIU to say, this is what we think about this, we are going to deal with it? And with the MBA will be able to come back to the FIU to say, we have found this law firm deficient in our guidelines, and these are punitive actions that we have applied. This is what is happening globally. And this is what civilization in terms of AML culture should preach vis-a-vis going to EFCC or NFI you have power to PND accounts. Am I going to PND the account of 300, 1,000 lawyers because they don't really understand the vulnerability of those transactions that they have done? Am I going to be in court with 300 lawyers forever because their accounts are put lien on those accounts? So these are the engagement. I mean, the lawyers are the learned, but in the context of best practices, the essence of this gathering is to think about what kind of best practices can we, put in place today going forward, and what kind of feedback mechanism can we develop regarding the compliance requirements, AML compliance requirement vis-a-vis the role of the lawyers and the role of MBA as RO. So I'm just trying to make it interactive so that we'll be able to understand the scope. So this is a typical case of laundry proceeds of corruption through PEP. And this is how the transaction occurred. Mr. Hay, a senior government official, is a politically exposed person in a government agency, influences the award of contract to company a front company T, in which he is the beneficial owner. Upon receipt of contract fund, part of the fund is transferred directly to his cash payment, directly to him as cash payment. Funds are also used in purchase of property on behalf of political exposed persons. So when these funds are used to possess property, most of the time they go to agents. They go to estate agents. Sometimes they go to lawyers to help, seal the deal in terms of contract, buying of a property. There is no how, when we're talking about property, the role of lawyer is critical in terms of agreement, in terms of search to, ascertain authenticity of those contracts. So what is the role of a lawyer when a politically exposed person is about to buy a property? And do such property indicate issues of suspicions? And can those suspicions not to the reported to SCOMO or reported to NFI, can it be reported to MBA, for example, whereby MBA now have a framework in which is going to translate or transit those reports to SCOMO and also Nigeria Financial. So I'm trying to see how can we create a best practice layer to safeguard the profession, which is very critical and a learning profession indeed. So part of it is used to buy property. Funds are also transferred into Mr. A account with a commercial bank with an authority to transfer fund to another close associate who uses the fund to purchase luxury items. Mr. A also initiates an offshore who purchases assets using another front company. So this is the complex scheme that we see from time to time, the typology in which the proceeds of crime is being laundered. So we'll be going to that of illicit trafficking. This are the overview. Illegal drug trade rapidly increasing in a significant manner in the country. And therefore, that we need to be looking at how can we closely monitor the, the proceeds of crime. I want to go straight to the key findings. So these are the key findings for the typology study that is associated with drug trafficking. Drug traffickings are often used to purchase high-end properties, affluent neighborhood, serving as a way of concealed money laundering. Criminals also frequently use the assistance of real estate agents to acquire these properties, often using the name of family members for transaction. So unfortunately, many lawyers do have engagement with real estate practitioners, and some lawyers also provide the real estate services. So in that light, that we need to look at a very strong instrument from the NBA to kind of create a safeguarding for lawyers who are into real estate. What do they need to do when they want to go into a legal agreement or contract agreement regarding real estate? So this is critical for the country. Real estate is a major vulnerability for the country. And because some lawyers also engage in real estate, we need to have a robust guideline that we targeted the real estate as a product for lawyers. So that is the key areas. And the engagement that I'm thinking that we should have is MBA versus competent authorities. Vis-a-vis competent authorities directly to the lawyers. So if you have anything, we are happy to share with you. That is the kind of strategy I'm thinking that we should introduce, because I'm the one driving DNABPs for the country as a moment. So I'm thinking that we should have even advisory council, which the lawyers will be part of. DNABP's advisory council, and schools are there, lawyers are there. They are now advising us based on what we are seeing, from the transactions of lawyers. And those advisory is what, going forward, then we can now implement. And an MBA can go ahead and say, okay, we are going to deal with your practicing license because of this, your practices. So it shows a lot of collaboration for the country. So that's what I'm thinking that we should introduce. So this is a typical case where drug trafficking is involved. And I'm going to read. The NDLEA investigated a case involving Mr. G.O., not the general overseer anyway. So who is a drug baron that successfully trafficked cocaine from Latin America to Nigeria. He uses various courier to further send the illicit drug to United Kingdom. And from United Kingdom, the proceeds of cash which he collected is being used to procure very expensive used truck. And those trucks were shipped back to Nigeria. Further investigation conducted by the agency revealed that Mr. B, a bureau de change operator, exchanges the foreign currency that are concealed in the use of truck to local, currency. Mr. B does this on the condition that some manager's check made in various names be raised from his account. Mr. G.O. then approaches Mr. C, a property lawyer. So that's the concern now. A property lawyer for the purchase of property. And the manager's check from B account were used to settle the purchase of price. As part of the investigative process, it was discovered that Mr. B received over £1 million in cash from Mr. G. He was tried and convicted by the Federal High Court. So the problem now is we have some lawyers who major in property. So what kind of guidelines can we put in place? And what kind of handshake can NFIU in particular, SCUMO in particular, have with the MBA? For me, I did my PhD in the UK. I know they don't really handshake lawyer directly, but the lawyer sometimes can ring MBA and say, can I do this transaction? Or they can ring NFIU or SCUMO, say, this transaction I think is vulnerable, is suspicious. Can you give me a consent to go ahead? I mean, this is civilized practices that we should be looking at domesticating in the country. I mean, it's just it's a suggestion. I mean, we are going to get there with the look of things, because lawyers are the learner people, and we have people who are so sophisticated understanding of international laws and all, including money laundering. So we are going to get there. I'm not interested in even sending the name of any legal firm to EFCC, but I'm more interested in bringing lawyers to the book by way of recommending to MBA to say, this is what this man is doing. What can we do about it? And once his license is yanked off him, I can take him to court. I think we should have a framework that will work for the country. And that is where we should strive to go and strive to get to. So that is for, I want to go to just read that of fraud. So this is the typologies of fraud that we see in the typology study. They are not strange to us: advanced free fraud, 419, direct theft, phishing and online fraud, investment fraud, debit and credit card fraud. Even many of us are victims of these. Insurance fraud, employment and job scam, charity and donation scam, and also tax fraud, cybercrime, bank fraud, electronic fraud. These are the typologies of fraud that we've seen so far. And these are the objective of the typology study. And I will go straight to a particular case that we need to look at. So this is a cross-border movement of cash smuggling using cars and investments in real estate. I think that is not really important at the moment. So, but I can read it. I think I've read this. Am I going back? I have problem with this. So this, a case study, uses of legal person. EFCC received an intelligence report from Directorate of Intelligence regarding the director of a procurement at a government institution. So this is the case of contract fraud now. And the director of procurement at the government institution overseeing rural electrification, investigation were promptly, and these are the findings: gathering information from various authority and corporate affairs commission to identify the directors, promoters, and shareholders involved. Investigation revealed that the director established multiple companies to receive kickback from contractors awarded contract by him. These companies were also used to secure contracts from the Electrification Agency and other government institutions. The directors was the signatory of these companies until 2018, after which he stepped down, but continued his illicit activities through a friend company. Kickback totaling 42 million naira, approximately to about $55,000 were traced to the directors, who has agreed to refund the money. Recoveries of these monies are ongoing at the EFCC at the moment. So this is a typology of how contract fraud and kickback using corruption, kickback for proceed of corruption. So this is an international typology, a case of a company lawyer, So a lawyer in a Texas was, but this is not Nigeria, but this is to show that the lawyers are a bit of vulnerable to offenders. Some people will come with a genuine intention, but they have an ulterior motive behind them. So this slide will be shared with us today. So in my conclusion, what I just want to say and to ask is, we have to change our orientation regarding AML compliance in the country. And this will increase collaborative engagement vis-a-vis the lawsuits that we've seen. Are we going to stop to have an handshake today? Or we are still proceeding our case to the Supreme Court? So it is all about, engagement, collaboration. And that is the only way in which we can have effective AML system whereby the lawyers self-regulatory body such as NBA is having a genuine handshake with SCUMO and NFIU regarding creating effective AML system for the country. Thank you very much. I will leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Please, another round of applause for him. And we really want to appreciate that our members have really stayed tuned and we are engaging this process. We have received so many questions from members, both online and physically here. Like I said, we will soon announce the guidelines of the Q&A session. And please, all members should know that we are, as you would be aware, this administration has been keen on continued legal education. And in that regard, all the members that are attending this session will be given the requisite CLE points and CLE certificate for attending this workshop. So please, a round of applause for yourself. Thank you. Well, the next item is combating money laundering in the legal profession, understanding the MBA guidelines. To do justice to this item is our senior, Mr. Babajide Ogundipe. But please, before he comes to the stage, please permit me just for some few seconds to read the profile of our facilitator. Thank you. Mr. Babajide Oladipo Ogundipe is a founding and currently senior partner of the Lagos firm Shofunde Osakwe, Ogundipe and Belgore. Prior to starting his firm, he worked in Chief Rotimi Williams' chambers for 9 years. In a career that has spanned more than 40 years, Mr. Babajide Ogundipe has appeared before state and federal superior courts throughout Nigeria. He has primarily acted for parties in commercial disputes of all types. His practice has also involved advising and acting on behalf of corporations and individuals adversely affected by fraudulent conduct and work and seeking to recover value lost as a result of such frauds. Mr. Ogundipe, in addition, over the past 30 years, acted as arbitrator in domestic and international arbitrations covering a broad range of subject matters from oil and gas related disputes to construction, airline agency commissions, sports sponsorship, defense, arbitration rules, contracts. He has spoken at numerous domestic and international conferences on anti-corruption and anti-fraud issues and on arbitration matters. He was a founding member of the Nigerian branch of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, where he served as secretary, vice chairman, and chairman. He was the first president of the Lagos Council of Arbitration. It was the first and now one of 2 Nigerian members of ICC FraudNet, a network of specialist asset recovery lawyers organized under the auspices of the International Chamber of Commerce, Commercial Crime Service, and a former co-executive director of the network. Mr. Babajide was for more than 20 years an active member of the International Bar Association and served on the executive of its anti-corruption and regulation of lawyers compliance committees. He is a member of the International Chambers of Commerce, Committee on Corporate Responsibility and Anti-Corruption, and presently the ICC Commission on Arbitration and ADR's Task Force on issues of corruption in international arbitration. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Babajide Ogundipe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm someone who I tend to be different. One of the things I do differently, and it's not meant to denigrate or be disrespectful to anyone. When I speak on occasions like this, I never go through the protocols. For the simple reason that it takes too much time. I will greet you. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be here with you this morning. First thing I'd like to do is apologize for coming late. I kept many people waiting, all my fault. Although I could blame someone who told me that I didn't have to be here till around 10, but I will not blame him because I should have got here earlier. So please accept my apologies for that. My intention when I first was told I was going to speak or asked to speak, and I'll call our president Yakubu, he's already told you that. And from time to time, I might refer to him again as Yakubu. He accepts that no disrespect is intended. He's my brother. And it's a mark of the respect and the intimacy that I feel towards him that I always call him by his first name. And something that I do when people tell me their names, especially people with what I call foreign names, people who, again, no disrespect intended, people who have names like Christopher, Jonathan, and they are from my continent and they have the same shade of skin as myself. I always say to them, what do they call you at home? That's the sort of person that I try to be. Now, I had intended to go through the rules related to the legislation and the guidelines. But I think that, especially since I was late and other people have done some of the stuff, I'll just say this without intending to, I can't see her from here, but the first speaker, Gunan, I knew her when she was a student. And I was telling someone, sending a message to someone, oh, I just seen Gunan. Probably the first time I've seen her in 15 odd years. I can't remember. Anyhow, she's spoken on it. Material will be available. So if you don't mind, I just want to do one or two things. First of all, go through the history. In 2004, when the first Money Laundering Act was passed, I remember speaking at an NBA conference here in Abuja. It was at the Sheraton Hotel. And Mr. Nu Rubadu, the recently appointed chairman of the EFCC, was a speaker. He got a rapturous reception from the audience. And I was speaking on new developments, existence of the new legislation, and stuff like that. And I was mocked. People were laughing at me. The first thing I did, I had a laptop and I was going to do slides, and they were, see this man. And this is 2004, 20 years ago. Now, when people come to these things, nobody does anything without slides and all of this stuff. So I was warning our colleagues in 2004. I said, have you people seen this legislation? Have you read it? Have you noticed that lawyers are considered to be designated non-financial institutions? And the obligations that are imposed on lawyers by that legislation, have you noticed it? Nobody had. And the only reason I had was that a colleague of mine in Sierra Leone had sent me an email asking, are Nigerian lawyers included in this legislation? I said, no, but give me a minute, I'll check. And I checked, and to my horror, we were there. And it was in 2004 that I started taking an interest in this topic. Earlier on, I showed Yakubu, when I learned the director of SCOMO was here, I showed Yakubu a letter that received from Mr. Norman Wokoma in 2007, inviting, this letter was addressed to Mr. George Etomi, who at the time was the chairman of the section on business law, inviting the NBA to be part of the very first SCOMO meeting, setting up a board. All the DNFIs were there. Now, confession, and please, I hope, well, we've got media here, but as far as possible, Chatham House rules, as far as possible. The intention, I confess, the intention of myself, I'll speak only for myself, I won't speak for George, was that there was no way I was going to be part of the NBA and allow SCOMO to start telling us what to do. So I said to myself, you know what we're going to do? We will come close to them and try to get them to agree that we should be a self-regulating body. We didn't succeed. We tried, and we got to where we are today. I want to commend Yakubu, because over the years, now that was the first meeting to which we were invited was in 2007. 17 years have passed, or 16 years, and really very little progress was made. I think the factor that changed things was when the Central Bank of Nigeria started to impose things and make life a little bit more difficult. And I have my issues with the CBN. They've had their problems, continue to have their problems. But what they did was to stimulate us to try and address a clear problem. It's a real problem that existed. We can't close our eyes to the fact that some of our colleagues, notwithstanding our ethical obligations, will either deliberately or just by mistake get themselves into a situation that they assist the perpetration of criminal acts, because that's what they are. The law has made these activities criminal. We, as legal practitioners, cannot be part of enabling and allowing such activities to continue. So I had prepared a very small slide book. The intention was I was going to speak a lot, and then to ease the tedium of my monotonous voice, I would refer you to some slides. I'm not going to do that anymore. As you can see, I keep changing my mind about things. Which is why when I sit as an arbitrator, everybody has a fair chance, because I'll hear one side, I say, yeah, that's a good point. And then I'll hear the other one. I say, yes, that's a very good point. And then I struggle to make a decision. Now, because of our role in society, and we all know, all of us lawyers know this, that I would say the majority of professions, they envy us. And in that envy, they're rude, all these nasty jokes about lawyers and everything like that. But what happens? People, when they retire, what is the profession they go to? They go and study, and the things that they do after that. They all want to be lawyers. When I was in law school, I had retired people from customs, from the military, all sorts of people, all coming to join the profession, right? So lawyers have a special position in society. And because we have that position, it comes with obligations. And we must act with integrity and uphold the rule of law. It's there on the NBA's logo, promoting the rule of law. That's what we are all about. So we need to uphold the rule of law and be careful not to facilitate criminal activity. This requires us to be constantly aware of the threat of criminals seeking to misuse our profession in pursuit of money laundering and terrorist financing activities. Now, bar associations, law societies around the world, in Nigeria, play a significant role in educating the legal profession. But in spite of that, the onus on ensuring that we are aware of what the provisions are and the obligations on the profession is on each and every single one of us. We shouldn't leave it to the Bar Association. It's up to us. And I was discussing this with Prof, yesterday. And that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to go through the stuff that I've prepared, because the material is there. We can all read it. And I encourage you, even if you read it before, go back, read it, and then in a month's time, 2 months' time, read it again. So it's there, it's imprinted in our minds about what our obligations are. So, as I said, the onus remains on individual lawyers and law firms to ensure awareness and compliance with the AML obligations. And I made the point. The first place that obligation stems from is not the legislation, it's not the rules, it is the ethics of the profession. We are lawyers. We are here to uphold the rule of law, support the rule of law. And that is where our obligation comes from. Then you've got the laws, the regulations, and everything else, but they are secondary. Primary is our obligations as legal practitioners. I was going to comment on what I believe to be the rather underhand development that came up in 2022 when we saw the Money Laundering Act of 2022. I went through it quickly, and to my horror, the victory that we had achieved in the Federal High Court, the defeat that we had inflicted on the CBN and the Attorney General in the Court of Appeal were taken away by legislation. Many people came to me, oh, is it constitutional? Can they do that? Can they do this? I said, yes, they can. Parliament is subject to the Constitution, is supreme. And Parliament, National Assembly can do what it has. I'll blame the Nigerian Bar Association, right? Can't remember who was president at the time. I don't think Yakubu was. He might have been. So if he was, I'm blaming you, Yakubu. We were asleep. Legislation went through the National Assembly, went through the lower house, went through the Senate. What on earth were we looking at? We had won this court case. We went to court to challenge this thing. And these guys, they've appealed to the Supreme Court. But you know what? Why leave it to the judges to sort it out when we can get the politicians to do it for us? Now, we should have been awake and we should have been watching and we should have prevented it. We didn't, which is why we ended up where we did. So the things we have to do, as I said, it's incumbent on each and every single one of us to be aware of what the provisions are, to continuously educate ourselves, and this is part, the MBA has a great continuing legal education program. Educate ourselves about the relevant legal and ethical obligations that apply and the risks that are relevant to everybody's practice area. Everyone is different. And to their clients, we all have different types of clients. I like to tell people that most of my clients are not Nigerians. And the reason for that is Nigerians don't trust me. So that man is always speaking Oyibo. Don't waste your time with him. So most of my clientele are not Nigerians. The advantage of that is that it provides a small hedge against inflation. So awareness, vigilance, the recognition of red flag indicators, and caution are our best tools in assessing situations that might give rise to concerns of money laundering and terrorist financing. Such situations may, if we are not careful, result in lawyers being found guilty of an offense of supporting money laundering due to the failure to properly check clients or to report suspicious transactions where it is required. And also, it will subject us to professional disciplinary proceedings. So I was going to summarize the current AML obligations. I won't summarize them. I will advise everybody to read the legislation, read the rules. And I will make a very, very short, take a very short look at the vulnerabilities of the legal profession. Dr. Shotonde has already addressed some of those, so I will endeavor not to repeat anything that he said. And then I will talk about the risk-based approach to detecting red flags and of money laundering activities and how to respond to them very, very quickly. There's no time. I was going to share some case studies. I will not do that. If issues come up in Q&A, I will try and do that. So what I want to do now is, the other thing that I was going to do, I won't do it, was just set out what money laundering is, the different phases, the placement, the layering, and then the integration of the cleaned funds back into the general finance things. So I just wanted to talk about, first of all, before I'll talk about customer due diligence. You need to know who you're dealing with. You need to know who's in front of you. And this obligation is now imposed on us by legislation. We need to know the client. We need to know the business that they do. And what to do to keep records. You need to ask, and with the corporation, let me see your certificate of incorporation. I'd like to see some accounts because I want to understand how it's a recipe for driving clients away. When you start asking these people these questions, see that foolish man. Well, there's another one down the road, we'll go to him. But this is what all of us have to do today. Then you've got enhanced due diligence for politically exposed persons. We keep on hearing that term, politically exposed person, PEPs. To be frank with you, I don't really understand what that is. Give you an example. You've heard my firm, Shofunde Osakwe, Ogundikwe, and Belgore. Belgore. His father was Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. His uncle was Chief Justice of the Federation. He has cousins who are senior people in various ministries, various federal ministries. And worst of all, he caught the bug. He got bitten, and then he went into politics. And he disappeared from the firm for like 6 years. I used to beg him daily, please come back. We need you. It was only when the people of Kwara beat him twice that he then said, okay, I accept, I'm back. And I was very happy to have him back. And I'm glad, and I'm praying that he doesn't get bitten again. But the question is this: having been bitten by that bug, having joined a political party, having run for election, is he a PEP? I don't know. Some people think he is. And okay, so he was a PEP. He's no longer in politics. But is he still a PEP? Well, you know, the people from School and EFCC, NFIU, they will tell us. But you know, as lawyers, we have to answer that question. Are they PEPs? I don't know. That's a real problem. One of the things that we had issues with when we were doing the AML guidelines and eventually incorporated in Chapter 2 is the STRs. We still have to make suspicious transaction reports. But this time, the intention is to make it to ourselves. And we have a committee that be spoken about later that's going to examine these things. And as the doctor was suggesting, advise our people. This transaction looks dodgy. You're right, transaction. Don't do it. Or provide us with more information, that sort of thing. So that we will not find ourselves in the situations where our members are getting into trouble, because that's what the association is for, is to promote the welfare of members. I'd already spoken about ethical rules. The other thing that I want to just quickly talk about, policy issues. There are other policy issues related to the underlying criminal offense that's the predicate offense for the money laundering for us to consider. It's whether conduct is criminal. Whether conduct is criminal has a bearing on whether the proceeds flowing from such conduct constitute the proceeds of crime within the scope of the legislation. For example, should there be a standard for the types of criminal conduct subject to the regulations. Given that there's such a wide spectrum of severity of criminal offense, they range from breaches of technical regulatory regimes to drug trafficking. So it's questionable if reports arising from certain predicate criminal offenses, like an inadvertent breach of a regulatory matter, will aid the Financial Intelligence Unit in combating money laundering. If there should be a standard, how should we draw it? What should be a standard? Should there be a standard in relation to what is criminal for these purposes? There's a lot of stuff to be discussed in that, and this isn't the place. You've already heard about our vulnerabilities, use of client accounts, purchase of real estate, creation of trusts, the management of trust. And there's also one item which in Europe, which is probably where they're most active in this field, they think this isn't a serious issue, sham litigation. But I'm sure all of us here, we know that sham litigation is the potential. Again, confession. I've come very close to it myself in pursuing a debt, a judgment debt, damaged by the devaluation of our currency. And this is like 30 years ago. So it's an ongoing problem. How do you bridge the gap? The client has lost X dollars. X dollars at that time was the same as X Naira. So it was cool. Gets the judgment in Naira. 3 years down the line, X dollars is no longer X Naira. What do you do? Confession. The litigation, it came very close to being a sham. I will say no more than that, because I don't want to get myself in trouble. So these things are stuff we should answerable to. Who are they? OECD. We're not part of the OECD. They won't let us in. And yet they're making rules for us, telling us this is the way you should play. Okay, it's all right. I don't have the power, but I can talk, right? You can't hold my mouth. But yeah, all right. So anyway, they came up with different approaches. And then after playing with a rules-based approach, you have to tick boxes. You must do this, you must do that, you must do that. They then said, okay, you know what? The risk-based approach makes a lot more sense, because it's not, you don't have one size that fits everything. So what we have in the legislation and in our rules is the risk-based approach. It reduces the checklist mentality. It ensures that the highest risk scenarios receive enhanced customer diligence. You look at it based on the risk. And it allows us to more effectively deploy resources and personnel to ensure compliance with the applicable regime. Let me just pause here for a second. I still think, I've always thought that applying the AML provisions anyhow to our profession is wrong, because we're all different. The vast majority of lawyers in Nigeria are sole practitioners. How can you tell a sole practitioner you must have a special designated risk manager? You must have this, you must set up that, you must set up that. Most of us are trying to keep our heads above water. Who's got the time for all this nonsense? Yes, the big firms, certainly. But how many of the big firms are there? That's an issue that I think we need to address, because It's a problem. So, key risk-based approach procedures, quickly run through them. You got onboarding the client. That's what banks do, client intake procedure. When you look through the stuff, if you're not satisfied with the material they provide you, the best answer is to just say no. Thank you very much. You're losing the opportunity to make some money, certainly. But you know what? Isn't it better to be able to sleep with both eyes closed than to be worrying that people from SCOMO, EFCC will come knocking on your door one day and say, Oga, this is what you did. And because you had some concern, it's okay. I'll pass it. And then you get yourself into trouble. Once you've proceeded with the client, you have to monitor, keep an eye on what's going on, because things change. If they change, you need to be on top of it. And if you have to, and most of us don't want to do this, because doing it makes us part of the state. We're not part of the state. We are independent. And it's that independence that I contend is guaranteed under our Constitution. You cannot have a proper society that doesn't have an independent legal profession. Everybody is entitled to have a lawyer. And it is wrong for government to tell that lawyer, come and tell me what your client is doing. I don't think that's right. And at the risk of not keeping the powder dry, that is the trump card that's waiting for the CBN when they get to the Supreme Court. So those are the things. And then red flags. You have to understand how to identify them, how to look for them, okay? And these things are contextual. Client risks and the source of funds may compel further inquiry. Is the mere presence of a red flag a reason to make a report? I don't think so. You need to go deeper. It's the red flags, it's the client. What the client wants you to do, the service that you're asked to perform. Is the client risky? Is the service risky? These are the things that we need to keep. And then there's the issue of funds. Dr. Shotonde mentioned these things. When they're asking you to do strange things with money, you need to look at it very carefully. And then clients who jump from lawyer to lawyer. You have to ask yourself why. That, okay, they left Mr. A, but I know Mr. A is an extremely good lawyer. Why did they jump from Mr. A and now went to Mr. C, another extremely good lawyer? They've left Mr. C, gone to Mr. Y, and now they're coming to me. Ask yourself these questions. Investigate them thoroughly, and only at the end, when you feel that this is not right, there are two options, or you can combine the two. Make an STR to the MBA MCL, or just quit, walk away. As I said before, you might be losing money, but at least you'll be gaining some sleep. And I'm going to end here. Lawyers, this is my advice. When you're in doubt, lawyers can be put in very difficult situations with regard to their obligations for AML and terrorist financing. In larger firms, they will be compliance officers, partners to whom a lawyer can turn. In smaller firms, and for sole practitioners, who are the majority of our profession, this isn't so straightforward. So we should always carefully consider taking advice from colleagues. I have a colleague, at least twice a month, he will call me, Ekbelesa. And Motundeo, for those of you who don't speak Yoruba, Ekbelesa is just a greeting. I've always wondered, Bele is sorry. But hey, Yoruba is an interesting language. Motunde, I've come again. And then he will give me a scenario, pick my brain, ask me to send him material. I always do this, but I've stopped doing it for free. I'll tell him, I say, you know what? A bottle of 15-year-old Macallan would go very well. So when we finish this thing, send me a bottle of Macallan. You can always go to colleagues, talk to them, ask about their experiences, and they will advise you. And of course, we have the NBA AMLC that is there to help and to provide guidance. Thank you very much for listening.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Babajide Ogundipe. He has been practical. He has spoken to us from a point of expertise and experience. And we are all grateful that the Nigerian Bar Association, we can always count on seniors like this, experienced experts like this, to share their experience with us and to share knowledge with us without collecting a dime from us and without a bottle of wine. Thank you so much, Leonard Senior. Thank you so much. Please, without wasting time, we'll be going to the next item on the agenda. But please, before then, I have some housekeeping announcements. I understand a car with split number GWA709AV is blocking another car from exit. So please, if that's your car, kindly go and repack it. GWA709AV. We have another Yakubu with us, Mr. Yakubu Philemon, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. We also have a former secretary of the EFCC, Dr. George Ekpungu, MFR, with us. You are most welcome. We are so happy to have you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Please permit me to welcome Mr. Erinomo Temitokbe to please take us on guidance on conducting market entry controls and KYCs for legal practitioners. He has about 20 minutes to do that. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. It's quite a privilege to stand before you this afternoon and speak to you concerning an issue that lawyers have competency on. You know, someone said that how do you sell highs to, sorry? Yes. It's okay. Oh, okay, it's all right. That's how do you sell snow or hides to an Eskimo? So I think it's just what we're trying to do today. And in particular, I actually want to thank the MBA and also the president of the MBA for where we are today. You know, when Mr. Babajide talked about SCUMUL engagement with MBA and what led to MBA going to court and all that, I became very emotional. And why I became very emotional was because I was actually part of that process at the background all through. You know, it talked about what we know then as the DNFI Advisory Council. You know, the engagement we had with Mr. George Atumi and the MBA at that time. You know, as you were talking, sir, and I said to myself, this is what should have been 17 years ago. But all the same, all is not lost in the sense that even if what we have today is what we could achieve, I think we have gone a very long way. Today, we have moved away from what we were, where we were 17 years ago, to even the senior members of the profession talking about KYC, talking about CDD, talking about reporting of suspicious transaction reports. For me, I think that is an achievement that we should not trivialize. As a matter of fact, that engagement that you refer to, that's advisory council, that's DNVP advisory council, which the MBA actually played a very key role at that time. That engagement was cited by the Financial Action Task Force as a best practice, as one of the best practices of engagement between the reporting entities, the self-regulatory organizations, and the regulators. But look at where we're headed today. We've almost lost every element of that engagement. But I'm also hopeful that the collaboration that we have started will also take us further than where that actually took us. Basically, I have the privilege to just take us through some of the basic things that we have been doing, even though this part is not something that has been concluded with the Nigerian Bar Association. We have what we call the Ad hoc Committee for Detecting Unlicensed DNFBPs. And this topic actually come out, it's an offshoot of some of the things that that committee intends to achieve. And one thing we must understand as professional bodies, it's what has been emphasized by the previous speakers. Self-regulatory model globally has been found to be the most effective, particularly when dealing with sectors like the legal sectors, where the bulk of the competency are within the sector itself. The bulk of the competency for the regulation does do not lie with the supervisory agencies, but rather lies with the self-regulatory bodies, the regulated sector itself. So it just makes sense that this function are given to the self-regulatory bodies, to the sector to self-regulate themselves. However, as rightly pointed out by Mr. Babajide, self-regulation also impose a lot of obligation on the sector practitioners, particularly the Bar Association. And one of the obligations that it's imposed on the association or the sector is the fact that you must put in place appropriate controls to ensure that only fit and proper persons are able to come in or get license to practice the profession. And if you look at what the intention of the FATF in its recommendation 28 talk about the fact that supervisors or self-regulatory bodies should take the necessary steps to prevent criminals and or their associates from being professionally accredited or holding or being a beneficial owner or significant control or controlling interest or host. Now, what the FATF is simply telling us here is that as self-regulatory bodies, as supervisors of DNLVP sectors, we must put it upon ourselves the burden of ensuring that only regulated persons, only fit and proper persons are able to move into practice within this sector. Now, if we talk about the fact that lawyers are being exploited for money laundering or being exploited for terrorism financing, we must also understand several things. As rightly pointed by previous speaker, there is no lawyer in his right sense who will want to facilitate a terrorist financier. There is no lawyer in his right sense who will want to facilitate a drug dealer. However, when these persons, who are criminal minded are able to gain entrance into the sector, now it becomes very difficult for us to even protect the integrity of the practice. And that is why the FATF has mandated every country to ensure that whether the supervisors or the self-regulatory bodies have controls in place to ensure that these criminals, their associates, are not able to move into the sector. Let's have a small illustration here. Now, look at this man on the screen. That man is an Irishman called Michael Quinn. There was an inquiry, a panel of inquiry in Highland, where this man was indicted for bribery and corruption. In fact, if you actually read that Mahon report, the judge that presided over that panel, now there were indications that this man have affiliations or is associated to the Irish paramilitaries, the Irish Republican Army of that time. In fact, if you read through the report, the judge asserted that other witnesses could not even give evidences against this man because of their suspicion, because of the fear from these Irish paramilitary groups, that he was funding this Irish paramilitary group. Now, of all this that was said about this man, his son, and his associates were able to become shareholders and directors of more than 20 companies in Nigeria, to the extent that they plan to even swindle the country of amount close to $11.6 billion. $11.6 billion in Naira. That is just a little, some few billion, millions of Naira short of what will complete the Lagos-Calabar coastal highway. So if these people are able, if this man had been able to move the way with this would have been one of the shortcomings of our system, one of the things that we would have lost as a result of not providing adequate entry control measures in place. And let's look at the elements. When we talk about anti-money laundering market entry controls, what exactly are we looking at? Now, we are looking at basically four things. We are looking at criminal background checks conducted for persons who wanted to come into this profession. We are looking at implementation of targeted financial sanction. And I'm glad that this is actually well spelled out in the new regulation that MBA has for his members. Now, we are also looking at politically exposed persons due diligence in respect of licensing these persons and also beneficial ownership. Now, I will not talk on the politically exposed person due diligence and the beneficial ownership because they are not issues that are that's related to legal persons or legal practice. Now, when we talk about criminal background check, what are we talking about? In effect, we are simply talking about that component of market entry controls that aim at determining whether the prospective beneficial owner or significant shareholder or proposed director or partner or sole owner of a firm or of a practice has been involved in any of these activities. which could cover someone who has been convicted of any offenses, including dishonesty or fraud, offenses of money laundering, convicted of money laundering or terrorism financing, guilty of serious misconduct in relation to his duties, or has been disqualified or suspended from practicing his or her professions. Now, the FATF expectation is that this kind of persons should not be allowed. These persons who are criminals or associated with criminals should not be allowed to gain practicing license, because once that is done, to preserve the integrity of the practice becomes a problem. Also, when we talk about criminal background checks, what exactly are we looking at? Now, we are looking at identity verification. We are looking at the criminal history. We are looking at employment history and others. Yes, I understand that before you can become a lawyer in Nigeria, there must be some attestation to your criminal conviction to say, okay, this person has never been convicted. However, what the FATF wants to see, wants Nigeria to demonstrate, is actual verification of this process. How does this process work? Does it mean that I will just go to somewhere and get an attestation that I don't have a criminal background, or I've never been convicted of any crime? Does it work that way? Now, recall that the Director's Kumo was talking about Nigerian being under enhanced monitoring. Now, all this procedure must be seen, must be demonstrated to these people for us to say in effect that indeed we are doing self-regulation. However, this self-regulation is effective. I understand many of the challenges that comes with this. I read a report about the Solicitor Regulatory Authority in the UK, and many of these challenges that we identify in Nigeria are still very present, despite the sophistication of the environment, despite the frameworks they have in place. Also, who do we need to check when we are onboarding or granting license to lawyers? Now, sole proprietors, I understand the fact that licenses are given to individuals, they are not given to firms. However, two things. It means that when you are onboarding persons, the individual lawyer, these market entry controls, these criminal background checks must be done appropriately for these persons who want to gain practicing license within the country. Now, also for the firms, because the infiltration could also come through engagement of partners, persons managing the firms, and all that. Now, this criminal background checks also must be conducted for these firms. However, how that has to be done on a very risk-sensitive basis now is not something that we need to sit down and also iron out. And now you must also understand, like I'd mentioned, yes, we understand that we do have a procedure in place, but we need to demonstrate how that procedure works. When somebody brings an attestation that he doesn't have criminal records, what do you do to verify? So it is expected that we are able to show that indeed some of this criminal database bases, regulatory inquiries, adverse reports from the media, that these are the things that we do look at to actually come to a reasonable conclusion that indeed the attestation that this person brought to us, that he has not been criminally convicted, is genuine. And we are also proposing in the guidance that we brought up on the market entry control that information as regards what applications that are rejected, the basis of this rejection should be shared with relevant authorities. For example, we want to know how many people were rejected on the basis of not being able to meet up with criminal background checks. We want to ensure that when you see such things, notifications are sent to SCUMUL and also to the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Now, having talked about criminal background check, sorry. Okay, so having talked about criminal background check, now the second element of a market entry control, which we also need to emphasize, is the implementation of the targeted financial screening. And because of our time, sorry, thank you. And because of our time, I will just script through the presentation. Now, we must understand that certain persons have been designated on the basis that they are affiliated to terrorist organizations, or the fact that they are persons who facilitate financing for the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Now, the law requires us as legal practitioners to ensure that as part of the customer due diligence that we conduct, that this targeted financial sanction screening are also implemented. Now, Mr. Bajide mentioned the fact that most of his clients are foreign clients, and that provided him with some kind of advantages as well. Now, some other persons also do have foreign clients. These issues are very important for us to understand that the persons that we are having transaction with are not persons who have been designated either for proliferation financing or terrorism financing. And in Nigeria, the Nigerian Sanction Committee has been established, and these links have been provided for us to check these persons. For example, as at March this year, certain persons were actually designated as facilitating transactions for the popular, the famous Boko Haram sect. So these are things, including companies, below the changes. So these are things that we need to check our clients against to ensure that we are not found wanting. And we must understand that when we have a positive match, when we have a situation where a client is on this list, this report must be made to the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit and also to the Nigerian Sanction Committee. I think for the sake of our time, I will just leave it here to say that these issues are actually very important for us, particularly when we are conducting our customer due diligence. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Aaron Omotemitope. He spoke like a teacher, a very good teacher at that. But many of my mates and call mates, we also know one teacher, our teacher. And so we're about to go back to the law school because I have the privilege of introducing the next speaker, and that's Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. We all know him already, but suffice to say that Professor Ojukwu is a professor of law at Bayes University, an adjunct teacher, LLM, International Commercial Arbitration, Nasarawa State University, and of course, the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. Mr. Teacher, sir. Professor Teacher, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the publicity. Well, this is the last presentation before the wrap up. I'm happier that we are ending the program earlier than we scheduled. My task is to deal with the implementation of what we're discussing. I think you can be winding up yourself because I won't be doing this because it doesn't work from here. It's too far. I think you should be doing it there. You will know when you use some medicine and know when I need to move. The first thing I must point out is that there are 4 objectives in our guidelines. But one is so important, and that's why this discussion about collaboration and all that, and the making of the guideline has arisen. The objective that I am drawing attention to is the internally self-regulate members of the legal profession, and where applicable, recommend legal practitioners who are in breach to appropriate disciplinary authorities in accordance with the relevant provisions of our Legal Practitioners Act. This is the key for making our guideline, so we can self-regulate. You heard Babajide talk about his hate for us to lose our independence. And that is not just a personal feeling of hate. It's a constitutional problem, which he also highlighted. The basis of confidentiality, though in the Evidence Act, is actually a constitutional matter. It's a fair hearing principle that if we are unable to keep the confidence of our clients, the fair hearing will break down. And so any law that we make that takes away that privilege will not be a law that's reasonably justifiable in a democratic society, because you cannot withdraw fair hearing. You can withdraw other parts of human rights, but you cannot touch fair hearing and dignity. And so it's a fundamental reason why, even with the current law of the money laundering that wants to talk about sidelining confidentiality in certain areas, especially reporting, will be a failed provision. But we are in agreement, at least as at now, that we are not going to pursue the path of war once we all agree that there will be collaboration. And the speakers and Vajide had pointed out that that burden also is on us. If we do not play our role effectively, we will surely find strangers playing the role of the leader of your community. Once you don't take charge of your environment, another person will take charge of your environment. It's a natural phenomenon. So we have a big burden to take charge of our environment and make sure that we are playing our role as legal practitioners. And that's where this principle is so key to what we have done with the guidelines. Next one. So what are the anti-money laundering? What is the anti-money laundering committee set out to do? The job is to advise the NBA on the implementation and monitoring the compliance of firms and legal practitioners with our guidelines. And who are the members? Who are supposed to be members? Persons must be persons of reputable character and have a track record of high repute and standing, and not found guilty of money laundering or connected offense. I must say this. I think I can read the president's mind, and the president is hesitating setting up this committee now. I can read that mind. And why I say so is because of what many of us would think, that if he creates the committee now, when there's going to be an election in June, I still don't know what he's going to do. I'm just speculating. I know I have some prophecies too in my head. Now, if you appoint a committee now, the next leaders of the bar will say, tail end, why did you appoint? But it's a very important committee to set up that should not be affected by politics of the bar. And in fact, assuming whether the president or the next president decides to do this appointment cannot be for settlement of supporters, as we do. It will be a fail, this guideline will fail, and we will go back to succumb to the stranger managing our environment if we do not tackle it. It's not an appointment for certain friends and supporters. It's not. I must do that warning. So if you know those contestants too, tell them that this is not a joke. So that's the point I want to make here. Very, very strong about going forward. Next slide. What should we do? Setting up this committee is a good step, great step, with strong people. Babajide says so. If you have run into a problem, you need to seek advice. If you can't get it from your firm, you need to seek an advice from somebody else. And if you have that kind of committee in place with such strong people managing it, then you won't find it difficult to find people, the platform to seek that advice. It will be very simple. In fact, in other countries of the world, like US and others, for example, just an example, on the general principles of ethics, if you want to take certain steps under their ethics rules, you email there's a committee, you email for advice, and they'll advise you. And if you take that advice, even where you are found wrong later, say by decisions of court, you will not be found to have you won't be found wanting in our disciplinary process because you sought the advice of the committee that advises on that issue. So that is one of the work this particular AML committee will be doing. But to do it effectively, it is also not like any other form of managing MBA. There has to be a strong cadre of full-time staff. There must be a cadre of full-time staff that will manage the AML committee. There must be. And that set of staff must be trained. Must be trained. No assumptions. We must provide special IT infrastructure for that committee and their staff. Special IT, not general IT, not Wole IT. Special IT, separate from this own, from the MBA secretariat own, separate. Because of what? The things we are going to be dealing with will require capturing people's data. There should never be a time we think about breach. No time. So there must be an infrastructure for record keeping and data processing, because it's important to protect the data that will be involved in this AML work. It's so key. Next slide. What are the kind of activities envisaged for the committee? If you look at Rule 59, it says Nigerian Bar Association Anti-Money Laundering may solely undertake compliance examination of law firms. So that committee can storm your office and say, let's see your file, a few things, KYCs and so on, to be sure you are compliant. Because what happens with disciplinary and criminal law is that people tend to not to think that it's something serious unless some monitoring is involved. I see quite a number of times when I travel to places in US, some policemen will go and hide somewhere just waiting for people to drive speed, and they will say, wow. And because if you check, if they don't have idea that there may be a policeman hiding somewhere on this street, you will see the kind of speed and drunk driving that will happen on that road, no matter how civilized they may be. So we need some checks. We need to know that our headmistress or principal may be checking for latecomers today. And so That examination template shall be developed by the MBA AML committee. Because if we don't develop it, we can't do the examination. And that's also where the collaboration between the MBA, EFCC, and SCOM and NFIU comes in. With their experience, it will be easy to develop that template. Next slide. They have talked to us about the UN consolidated list and the Nigerian sanctions list. The reality is that these lists are always uploaded on certain websites, stated even in our guidelines. But in my experience with Nigerian lawyers, even when the list, the website is, written on their pillowcases, they will call you on phone to say, where do I find this? So the committee will still have a job to do there. From time to time, write the names out in a list and send out, not to wait for people to go and click in, because people don't click. Next slide. If you look at Rule 60, where there is positive match from those lists, what should happen? The lawyers are expected to immediately identify and freeze without prior notice, because the job is to play a role as a guard. That's why MBA is involved. Play a guard role, just like a policeman too, just like a bank will do to their customers. That's what we're expected to do, play a guard role. So you're expected to freeze without prior notice all those funds and assets and any other economic that belong to the designated person that has passed through you. You may not have an idea. When they talk about lawyers being non-financial, blah, 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 in this money laundering thing across the world, it's just why we don't understand is that Nigerians' legal services have not developed fully. In other places, almost every transaction of clients is done only by lawyers. All their monies, all their investment is sent to lawyers to do for them. So if you go to a law firm, they are controlling billions of naira of people's money. That's why we're only starting to see the small fee for the agreement we do. That's why but you will grow, everybody will grow. So we prepare for the growth. You can't jump, so start now. So that freezing, you say, without court order. Yes, every freezing is without court order, except that you are supposed to take steps if you want to continue the freezing. If a thief runs into your house, you hold him in our street, in Aba, we hold the thief. We don't we'll hold him. We don't go and say, go and get a court order before we hold him. You hold him first. Then you begin to drag to go to police or go to. So that's what the freezing is all about. You are not supposed to say, no, I can't freeze. There's something like all the cases that say the banks can't freeze, EFCC can't freeze, is true, but it does not mean that you can't freeze for like 24 hours. That is one that you must do. If you don't do it, you'll be in trouble. In fact, you remember that case, that bank that left Nigeria, where they allowed that Dan-attated people to take their money. They did all that to hold the money, but now we say pay, and we'll come to sue them. So here, this report, this freezing must be followed with a report, a suspicious transaction report, and that you're going to file at MBA committee. We are not filing anything, with EFCC. We are not filing anything with NFIU. We are not filing anything with CBN. We are not filing anything with any other person unless we fail in implementing these rules. We are insisting we are not filing anything. There are too many, let me just point out, there are too many things to file under the law, too many. You will just spend your life filing. And that's why we reduce that work and focus on the risk-based assessment. Thank you, Babajide, for focusing us on this, so that we know that you are not living for filing things. But the fact that we are not going to be filing anything under that law does not mean that you cannot be guilty of money laundering on your own. It's not the same thing. Note the difference. For example, it does not require any type of financial or non-financial designated person to know that if somebody gives you 5 million, 1 naira cash, you should report it. If you're a company, 10 million, 500 naira, you should report it. That is attached to individuals. It does not require you to be a lawyer or a bureau de change and so on. So there are personal things that you must also obey under the law. We're not asking you not to obey them. But as a practicing lawyer, practicing like a bank, we are not going to be reporting to anybody. We're reporting only to ABA. That is so key, so important that you note that part. Then, but we have an agreement, which we have also written in our rules, the kind of reports we will forward to NFIU or ACMUL or EFCC. We have it here. But we must play our part. Otherwise, if we don't play our part, we will actually come back and we'll find ourselves reporting to them. Now, the next slide. What the consequence of a failed client due diligence? We have talked about it. All the speakers talked about it. What's the consequence? Where the law firm or legal professional is unable to comply with the applicable CDD requirements, or the client did not pass it, it should not carry out the transaction. It's not free will. It should just not carry it out. Nor commence business relations, or it should terminate the business relations and consider filing a suspicious transaction report to the MBA committee. That's, you see, the MBA committee, the MBA. So we're not going to be filing it at NFIU or others. We are filing it to MBA. We will know, that's why it's important to know those committee members who will know when to move it out from MBA. Now, what I mentioned about this CDD, if you have not started doing CDD, better start now. You start now. I have started. The forms I've developed are not perfect now. We'll still do better as we go ahead. But start now. And I can tell you that one of the good things I found about the CDD, now I even insist that you must tell me your village name and tell me the significant building near your house and give me the name of your neighbor. I ask all those questions now. But I don't ask it before they pay me consultation fee. You have to drop that one first. You drop that one, then it's to now hold a meeting to decide whether I will do the case or not. We should now give, I'll give you a form. I won't ask you the questions because you'll be shy asking the person, like Babajide, you'll be very shy. So you give him the form to take away, and when I complete it and send back. And when they don't complete it properly, you call them up on phone and say, okay, you didn't put this on this particular form. So they'll call it up for you, write it for them, but they have signed already the form. I have signed the form. I ask all those questions. I also, because I'm from Aba man, I also always see business in everything that looks tough. The form, it looks difficult, but when you start that the clients will agree to fill it. The reason why I found some help with the form, you should adopt it. It makes the client feel that you are too much of a lawyer. Your lawyer is too much. That no lawyer on earth has asked him these questions. That means you are serious. That means the confidence, they build confidence in that. I can tell you that. And also, the form, I also ask for NIN and BVN. You must give me a NIN and BVN. Why? If you don't pay me, I will know your account too. So if you like, don't use what you have. For me, there's always business and everything. Because many places in the world designate lawyers in a special category for money laundering, whether they report directly to those institutions or not. The world thinks that lawyers are key factors in money laundering because the lawyers actually control money in the world. Not in Nigeria, we have not started. Money, serious money, not their personal money. Loads of money for clients and do the investments for them, do the trust for them, and so on and so forth. If you want to get a lawyer business outside the country now, a firm or a company trying to hire you to do something for them with Nigerian idea of law, they will want to know whether you are a good standing in your environment on money laundering. They will want to know. And Babajide is here. He told us now, I hope he has been filing his dollars. His dollars. So the MBA committee is in that position to give you that good standing. So that's one of the good things about it moving forward. Next slide. What about the training obligations by that committee? They need to train lawyers, train. This area, this aspect of money laundering, this type of law we're dealing with is like mathematics. It's not simple. It's mathematics. This, you can see, it's very dry. It's mathematics. So you need to open minds, train people. Even this aspect of data planning, data management, I'm telling you, we need to train lawyers on data management. We are hopeless with data management. Hopeless. I see people discuss their files with anybody carelessly. And I say, but what of that? And the files that they're giving out, I said, shut up. So we need to train people, not only on the money laundering, but things that fall out from it, because key will be data. If you're going to be keeping records, the law requires us to keep records of claims for minimum of 5 years. We must obey it. It's in our guidelines too. We must keep those records, minimum. There are records you have to, even the minimum is not effective. You have to keep that record almost effectively, permanently. So you need data management, you need protection training. You need to train you on guidelines and record keeping and all that. Because some lawyers' record keeping are hopelessly hopeless. In fact, many lawyers' record keeping is so hopeless. I see files, I see the endorsements in court, and I carry my hand in my head. But what do I go do now? What about lawyers' roles going forward? Our roles, we have been told quite a number. Our presenters from EFCC, NFIU, and our Baba told us our roles. I just want to highlight that those things which I just said about keeping records, that's one of them in Rule A58. Next slide. What about their staff? The rule says, our guidelines says, a legal personnel and law firm shall develop internal policies, procedures, and controls, including appropriate compliance management arrangements and adequate screening procedures to ensure high standards when hiring employees. So when you're trying to check your client's background, you need to also know the kind of people you have employed. The thing you know, they need to know it. They also need to know they have capacity for data, for confidentiality, and so on and so forth. So you need to train them too. It's one of your obligations under the guidelines. You need to train your staff. Next slide. Of course, we have talked about knowing your clients. What I did here was to take different parts of the guidelines that is talking about knowing your clients. There are more, maybe up to 10. I just took a few to show you how important about how that KYC, how important it is, by just taking a few provisions of the guidelines to highlight that they are emphasizing it everywhere in the guidelines. KYC is so important. And it will be easier, it is the low-hanging fruit. It's easy to start. Next slide. We are required to designate, Babajide mentioned that, staff and so on, and he challenges us, what are so man practice? You should designate yourself too. And we also need to make adequate resources available to train our staff. My last slide is a simple one, and it just says, what is the lowest hanging fruit for us? Papa Jide said this. I can't re-emphasize this more. I didn't know you said it. I didn't know we were thinking alike, sir. Because it's on my slide. And one of the things, one of the setbacks from my experience in lawyers training is our refusal to read. Refusal. And in the rules of professional conduct, which we have not changed, the same rules we made in 2007, we only altered the setting to have chapter 2. Lawyers will come and just say something in a WhatsApp group, Bozam. I said, where did you read this from? My head will just start turning. Which rule are you quoting? The lawyers who were called to bar before 2008, if you have 2% that have read that rule, in those days when we say make a mod, you know what it be mod, make a mod. If you have 2%, those who were called to the bar after 2008, if you have up to 10% that have reread the rules, they already read it during the law school. If they have read the rules since call, make I reach. There's no other way to becoming compliant. There's no other way to be part of this leadership of the new bar unless we read the guidelines. Thank you.
Please, for the tips that he has given to us, I think teacher deserves another round of applause. He has told us that we should do our KYCs, but please, after you have received your consultation fee, so that the clients do not run away. Thank you so much. I am certain that a lot of questions are agitating your minds, and that is what we are going to do now. Please, may I kindly and humbly invite all our facilitators to please come onto the stage to receive our members' questions and inquiries as far as all of the things that have been said are concerned. Please, Mr. Babajide Ogundipe, Professor Ernest Ojukwu, please, a round of applause as they come, please. Ms. Ngunan Kakwa, Dr. Emmanuel Shotande, and Mr. Erinomo Tedmitokbe. Erinomo means the child is an elephant, actually. Mr. Erinomo Tedmitokbe, please kindly come on stage and for this. In the meantime, there's a car that is blocking another car, and it's affecting access. A Honda Civic with plate number ABC 524AR. Please, if that's your car, you are required to please go and look at it and park properly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so we'll do it this way. We're having some questions from the webinar, from the people online. When they ask, I will read to the facilitators. Then for us that are physically present, if you have any question, you might please indicate by raising up your hands, and subject to Mr. President's direction, we will take as many as we can. But please, we are not accepting comments, only questions, and you make it as concise as possible. Thank you. So please, I'm starting from my right, please. Do we have any questions from the right? Please raise up your hands. There should be somebody moving around with a microphone. Please, from the right, if you have any questions, and of course, House of the Lords, I know you are there. So if you have questions, please just, we're having people upstairs. A microphone is being brought upstairs for you, please. Now, do we have anybody here, please? All right, please. Go ahead. Lenel, please go ahead, sir. Please, as you do, you indicate your name, your
Yes,
branch,
good afternoon, sir.
and who you are directing the question to. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Lotana Okoli. Well, it's not a question, it's more a comment or a request to Prof. Ojukwu. And it's concerning what he talked about now, the form, this interesting form. And which makes a lot of sense that the easiest way to get the KYC going is to give a form. And my comment or my request is, can the AML not provide a standardized form with standardized questions so that that becomes the norm for every lawyer rather than having each person trying to formulate the form of their choice? That's not like what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I think we'll take like 4, then we'll come back to the facilitators. You answer, then we'll go back again. All right. Do we have any other person from this side? All right, please give it to him.
Good afternoon, sirs. During one of the presentations.
Your name, please, and
okay,
your
I'm
branch.
Abel Roma.
Okay.
During one of the presentations, I found it difficult to distinguish between political exposure and political participation. Secondly, sir, is there any place for whistleblowing in this Anti-Money Laundering Act? Or is it because maybe there is a distinct policy for that? Speakers didn't, want to talk about that issue. And then lastly, just as the speaker before me said, I think there should be a generic form for every legal practitioner. Perhaps a pro forma could be posted on the website later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, I think the questions are quite like 4 questions now. So if the facilitators can just answer this question, I think we should just go ahead.
Yes, I agree. We can develop a form. The important thing is that there's a form, but it does not mean that you still won't have the ability to create one or add to it or amend it. But I think it's one of the things that be an advantage to have the committee develop some generic form. Yeah, I agree. I think the SCOM and NFIU can answer that. But the main problem about the law targets those who are involved in client relationship, and there are reports to make. And what you say whistleblowing, unless you're talking about a stranger, but the people designated, they have, once you suspect, that's what is whistleblowing is. Suspicion, you're supposed to report now. And our own guidelines also enjoins you to report a suspicious activity. So, so there's already, the suspicious activity reporting is already a whistleblowing activity. So unless you're talking about other whistleblowers, the colleagues from the agencies can add to that if they wish.
I just want to add to what Prof. had just said. Regarding whistleblowing, there is a provision that gives a cover to whistleblower. And what that does is probably whistleblowing is more or less like you don't want your name to be mentioned. And therefore you try to whistleblow intelligence information or issue around criminality. But that does not deal with the reporting requirements. It's more or less like giving information voluntarily, information that you know that will help trigger investigation, information that will help also prevent money laundering. There is provision for whistleblowing, and also there is protection for the whistleblowers under the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. Regarding the other question that you asked me about political exposure and political participation, there is no really a thin line, between political exposure. If you are political exposure, maybe probably you are being a party leader, for example, a PDP shift chain or party representative, you have political exposure, kind of. And it can also be presumed as political participation. But political exposed person definition is also included in Money Laundering Prohibition Act. That will guide you to be able to understand the scope of what is political exposed person is all about. The definition is clear in the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. I think that's what I will say regarding your question.
Thank you. Mr. Rinomo, please.
Just before you go on, the issue about political exposure is not just based on principle. It's just a signpost for you to now ask more questions. That's what it is. So if, for example, in the form I developed, I asked you if you are a member of a political party, and you say yes, and I say any position, did you contest election, for what post, and so on and so forth. I ask those questions. Those questions, that answer does not do anything. There's no problem with it, just asking those questions and getting it. The problem now is when the person now wants to pay you your fee and brings cash, $10,000, then that's where you now know, oh, if I didn't ask this question, I wouldn't know where is this money coming from? Why is not transparent money to me? When you go to election petition and they say you should move your booth for them to put 50 million naira cash. Those when your hair should be standing. It's just for you to be warned that this person may not be the ordinary person you are transacting with. So let me watch out for any signs that our relationship is not facilitating money laundering. That's all. It's not hard and fast rule about political exposure and all that. So ask those questions and know who the person is. And in fact, the less you know about the person, the worse you are informed. The point, it's important to note that while you are asked to do these checks and document them as much as you can, is to form a protection for you. Because the Money Laundering Act, if you read it as a whole, it presumes that if you do not ask these questions, you are a principal in the offense. So it presumes you guilty. You will now be struggling to prove yourself innocent. That's all the whole discussion about money laundering and what we should do. But if you take these steps, the system will change the presumption that you are not, unless proved. That's just the thing that's all about.
Mr. Rinomo has something to say about it.
Just to address the issue of political affiliation or political participation, and also who a politically exposed person is. Now, we must understand that if you draw it so widely like that, to say, oh, political participation could mean that you are politically exposed, then all of us becomes politically exposed persons, and becomes impossible to actually work with. Now, when you are addressing politically exposed person due diligence in regards to your client, now you must focus on the fact that if that person if he holds or he held public office, whether in Nigeria or overseas. Now, in an attempt to do that, you must also look at some risk consideration in the terms of how prominent is the public function that that person holds. You know, as one of my bosses will say, he said, when you're talking about peps, some persons are more peppier than the other. Now, the kind of due diligence you will apply to a local government councillor should be different from the kind of due diligence you apply to the DG of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation or thereabout. So you must be focused on that public function, that public office that that person holds to say that, yes, indeed, this person is a politically exposed person. And like Mr. Babajide actually, the concern he expressed. Now, we are yet to get to whether at a point you stop to be a politically exposed person. You know, for example, someone who was a chairman of NPN in 1983. Do we still say that that person remains a politically exposed person? These are some of the gray areas that debates are still ongoing. For example, some persons will say, yes, we have persons who have left political office several years ago and they still exercise some kind of influence and control on the same. So these issues are also some of the issues that needed to be talked about and clarity be provided. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, I would like to go to the House of Lords. Please, please, can you ask your question? Please tell us your name, your branch, and then you go ahead and ask your question, please. And then to whom you are directing your questions, please.
Okay. My name is James C. Ude. I am based in Abuja. I'm from Unity Branch. My question goes to the person that made presentation on the needs for lawyers to prepare their documentation very well in line with the standard required by the law based on well-conducted findings. So that's my question goes to as to how can MBA national body look into or have a standard of control measure over documentations made by lawyers on their clients' transactions, especially agreements preparation, because it has come to be that in the society today, you see certain clients, they want to avoid lawyers' payment of fees and they want to go and do the documentation by themselves, and they approach some lawyers to borrow their MBA seal and place on lawyer. In that way, they are avoiding our fees and we are suffering the consequences. In other ways, we are seeing documents that are prepared below the standard required of a legal practitioner. It's affecting the profession, and I want MBA to look into that aspect of the practice and place a standard control measure that can regulate such practices.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Even though not very related, but thank you all the same.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tife Majek from Unity Bar. So my question is on the Money Laundering Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. So Section 11 says that you would make a report to SCOMO, that's the anti-money laundering arm of EFCC, for any single transaction, lodgement, or transfer of funds in excess of 5 million naira or its equivalent in the case of an individual, or 10 million naira in the case of a body corporate within 7 days from the date of the transaction. So I'm asking this as regards law firms. If we have transactions above 10 million naira, if we report to the MBA AMLC, are we also obliged to report to the SCOMO arm of EFCC, or once we report to the MBA AMLC, it's okay, we are fine, and EFCC will not disturb us as a law firm for not reporting to SCOMO? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, the director of school is here. Even though he's not on stage, maybe we'll put the question straight to him. And of course, Prof is here too. Please, the last question from the House of Lords, then we leave upstairs and come back downstairs.
Good afternoon, House. My name is Omunakwe Michael. My question is to the Director of SCOMO. Sir, please, I want to ask, why can't directors of company appoint or authorize their attorney to pick up their SCOMO for them with an undertaking that the attorney will educate them with regards to the lecture you people normally do? So please, because some of our clients, at times they will ask us to help them pick up. But when you get to the commission, they will tell us that we should go and call the director whose signatures are on the documents to come and pick it up by himself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what we'll do is this, we'll just answer the question now so that we don't overstretch. We'll come there. The facilitators will answer the question. Please, Director of SCOMO is there. Who has the microphone? Mr. President, subject to your direction. Mr. President has said the director should answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Even though I'm not amongst the very qualified persons to answer to all the questions, some questions have been directed at me. First, I will start with the last, which talks about why would SCOMO, then if you permit me to stand, okay. So why would SCOMO not grant certificates to attorneys, standing in for their clients? This is informed by the fact that through practice, we have discovered that some persons come with the belief that they have the authority of directors to pick a certificate on behalf of the directors. And the directors will eventually come to say that I never gave any instruction. And we have had cause to even detain people, who came forward with that supposition that they had instruction of the director. So as a policy, we came up with the idea that for you to get a certificate on behalf of a director, you must give a letter of authority. So if a lawyer has a letter of authority from his client that is the director, that letter of authority will be considered, and in most cases are approved. And once that approval is given, the lawyer would be able to collect the certificate on behalf of his client, who is a director. So that is the simple response to that. I think the other question was about
if a firm, a law firm has already.
Yes. The other question was
MBA.
about the requirement of the law, transaction of 5 million and above for an individual and 10 million and above for a body corporate. And the lawyer is asking, would reporting such transaction to NBA anti-money laundering committees suffice, or would the law firm be required to double report to the NBA anti-money laundering committee at the same time, report to the special control unit against money laundering? My answer will be this, and that is the essence of this engagement. The letters of the law is saying report to SCOMO. If there is an efficient mechanism of these reports be sent to the NBA anti-money laundering committee, we will be fine with that. But the law as it is today is that you send all your CTRs to special control unit against money laundering, unless and until there is a clear mechanism in place where there is that level of intersection between the NBA anti-money laundering committee and SCOMO, then we can come to a determination. But as it is today, the reporting requirement says that transactions of 5 million and above for individuals, transactions of 10 million and above for body corporate should be reported to the special control unit against money laundering. So you have to report to SCOMO under the law. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, I would like Professor Juku to weigh in on this. Prof, please. Or Mr. Bajido, either of the two.
No, I had a question. It's something that's been on my mind a great deal. Maybe the director of SCOMO can help us. And I asked this question in the context of colleagues in England who the English solicitors,
yes,
to my knowledge, they file lots and lots of STRs. They just file STRs. And I think it's the what the national fraud, they have a body to which they file, but that body is not properly staffed. They don't have enough people, and they get inundated with it. And the solicitors file these STRs in the knowledge that nothing's going to come out of it. So you just get these STRs piling up with the authority to which reports are made. Now, my question is, do you have enough people? How do you manage these STRs? I'm assuming that you get a significant number sent to you. How do you manage these things? And going forward, how would you deal with it? And what's in my mind is AI. But I'd be interested to know how you deal with this at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much again. And this is very helpful. I mean, within the legal framework in Nigeria, the STR reporting regime is directed to the NFI. So the STR reporting regime is directed to the FI. But however, the CTRO regime, which is the currency transaction report, which that other lawyer made reference to, because STR has no threshold. It could be 1 naira. It's about suspicion. It could be 10 naira. It's about suspicion. So it does not have threshold. So threshold reporting is CTRO. So that falls within the purview of SCUMO, Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering. And thankfully, you've talked about the size of the data and whether there is enough resource to take out enough value so that SCUMO will not just be a storehouse, not adding value to the data as been submitted. And again, last time, the AI solution was being developed to do dithering, to look at analyzing that pool of information that is warehoused in the CTRO database, and deserving cases are escalated for further review and action. So if you ask me today, does SCUMO have enough resources to deal with the issues? And the answer will be yes, because it is not just about numbers in terms of persons, but it's about technology supporting the process. And that is the way we think we can go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director.
I would like to add that in the Money Laundering Act, there are reports that you must make as an individual, not whether you're a lawyer or a carpenter. You must know that one. And I've given you an example. Cash. Cash does not restrict to any group of persons. That is personal to you. But on the other reportings, currency reportings, this is why we made our guideline and restricted our guideline to risk assessment. We are not going to do currency reporting as lawyers. And we think we have an understanding on that ground. If we don't, it will mean we're returning to the war front to fight it. So that is our understanding, and that's why our guidelines are risk-based guidelines, and there are clear reporting points for us there. Many, they are clear. So, in fact, in those other currency reporting, based on Babajide's question, you find that the banks through which the transactions are made must make those reports. So it's not as if there's a gap. There's no gap. If you pay me 6 million naira into my personal account, that's my account. They are reporting it. If you pay, if you have a firm account, if you pay me 10,500,000, they are reporting it. So it's not as if there's a gap. The bundle of reports there is what we have exercised only the risk-based guideline. We are not reporting on those currencies as practitioners, but there are individual reports. That's why you also need to read the Money Laundering Act. There are individual reports that you must make. That's the distinction we're drawing. And President, not be well with it. Not be well with it.
President said not so.
So And we are committed. We are committed, completely committed. You know how many 2 a.m.s that the president calls and walks me up, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. This morning, I saw his test around to 6. I started laughing. He thinks I will sleep over today. He started panicking. So we are committed to doing this work well. We are committed. The MBA is committed, and the EFCC school, they'll know that we are committed. So there will be no gap.
Sending it to NFIU. The AML system platform for the country will be fine with that arrangement. But if that arrangement has not come to existence, the status quo still remains. So, but from tomorrow, if we have constitute that committee, and that committee is now collaborating with the NFIU by way of transmitting those qualified transactions to SCUMU and also STR to NFIU, then we don't have any issue with MBA doing that, because that is even more of a lesson that we can take to other jurisdictions, that this is how we do it in Nigeria. But we must be sure of effectiveness of that mechanism. And also, we must also need to train people who is going to be handling all that. And this is all about collaboration with MBA. But once that platform, as we speak now, there is no any communication regarding to that platform, operational and also. So the status quo still remains until that committee is inaugurated and function.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
just set up the platform because we agreed to run these trainings, and the president has approved, and the ACC is also collaborating. We'll run these programs at least minimum of the 6 geopolitical zones between now and August and September. So we want to do these trainings and sensitize people, bring them to speed, at least to the tiniest point of entry. Then we will now begin the actions. So that's what the arrangement we agreed.
I just want to
Ms. Cox,
drill down further on what my director said with regards to the issue of CTRs and collection of certificates. One of the major reasons why I would like the directors to collect certificates themselves is there's also a sensitization process where you're educated on your responsibilities and everything you need to your reporting obligations to SCOMO. So that is done before you sign and receive that. So when you send someone, you're passing across that responsibility, or you as the lawyer, you're accepting that you're going to enlighten your client, and all of this they'll follow the reporting obligations. So that's another reason why we insist on that. So if that's a responsibility you want to take on behalf of your client, as my director said, you just need to write a letter and that will be approved. Then the issue of CTRs, well, there was a mix-up, but the issue of CTRs, we've made it very seamless, the reporting procedure. There's a template on the website. You just click and file your report. So just to make it as easy, we don't intend to put unnecessary burden on anyone with regards to this process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, we'll go to the middle seat now. I'm seeing 2 hands. We're only taking 3 questions there. So please, who has the microphone should please give it to the gentleman on the left. Please, your name and your branch, and then to whom you are directing your question, please. Thank you. Make it quick.
Okay, gentlemen, good evening. My name is Ori Odumogu. I'm from Abuja branch. I'd like to direct my questions to the gentleman who talked about 2 things. The issue of conflict of interest and abuse of office and terrorism financing. I don't know, probably maybe whenever the AML MBA is set up, but currently now I just want to ask, since there is a collaboration between agencies of government to help in monitoring, in carrying out your duties by in monitoring for what they call it, money laundering, do you monitor phones, especially with the advancements of technology? Do you monitor the phones of lawyers whose clients you suspect? And if you do you liaise with MBA leaders to provide you with contact details of those their members who you suspect their clients for engaging in such things? And if you do you inform those lawyers that they are being monitored because their clients are being watched? And if you don't, is there a way, a mechanism provided in your agencies while you collaborate for such lawyers to approach you when they are suspicious of such things happening, for you to play phone conversations of maybe the MBA leader in case of abuse? Now you have 3 persons coming out for president. If one doesn't like, if he has those arrangements with your agency, he might choose to use one of your staff who he has bought beer in a beer parlor now to abuse his office, to monitor the person he doesn't want to be MBA in case they might find something to disqualify him.
Thank you so much for your cross-examination. Thank you. Please, do we have anybody from this line? Please, just give the microphone. This has been a very engaging session, and this Q&A has now actually turned into a plenary, and I'm enjoying it. But we have a very short time, so please make your question very concise. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is PD Pius. I'm a member of the Unity Bar. I want to ask my question because my initial understanding is that a lawyer is permitted to represent anybody accused of any offense. But the nature of the conversation so far is looking like a lawyer should not take brief from somebody accused of money laundering. Now, my question is, from the law and the various policies that we are considering today, if as a lawyer I'm approached by somebody who is suspected of committing money laundering, am I permitted to take that brief and defend him? Or by the tenor of the law now, it means that a lawyer can no longer represent someone who is accused of money laundering?
Thank you.
And then secondly, in terms of earning fees for representing such suspects. Now, I know that when you are briefed as a lawyer to stand in for somebody accused of any offense at all, you are entitled to charge your fees. And more often than not, it is the person that is being suspected that will pay you. So now, if the lawyer is paid by such a suspect that is standing accused of money laundering or any predicate offense for money laundering, is he entitled to his fees from such funds or not?
Thank you so
If
much.
he's not entitled to fees from such fund, where does he get paid from?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think that question is targeted to Mr. Abajido Gundikwe. He will share his experience with us in that line. This is the last question from the. Oh, we don't have any longer. Please let the facilitators answer these two questions. They are questions with pregnancy.
Please, well, the last question, right? If we start by saying the proceeds of crime, playing with the proceeds of crime may amount to money laundering. So if you are approached by someone standing trial accused of laundering money, the practice that I have observed, and I don't do criminal work, but the practice that I've observed is that the lawyer's major concern is to ensure that the funds that are going to pay him are not derived from any criminal activity. That's what he has to ensure. And we've had situations, I've seen situations where I have been involved in pursuing people who are alleged to have stolen money from my clients, and they're being pursued in the UK. Before they get representation, their solicitors will insist, I want to know where this money comes from. And if you're not able to satisfy me that this money doesn't come from a tainted source, I can't work for you without getting paid. And it's not a specifically difficult thing, because those obligations of the lawyer are the obligations that exist in the law anyway. So whether the person's accused of money laundering or he wants to set up a company, your obligation is to ask where does the money come from? And once you satisfy yourself, you have to do this properly, then you're fine. But if you don't satisfy yourself and you take money that's pretty obvious to everyone is the proceeds of crime, you only have yourself to blame. And it's got nothing to do with MBA, nothing to do with any law society. It's a simple application of the law to you as an individual. You can't touch the proceeds of crime. Doesn't matter who you are.
Thank you so much, Leonard Senior.
Now, there's need to add to that. If funds are recovered from a defendant in a criminal proceedings as proceeds of crime, let us take the simple example of 419 of any type, including these ones they use bank things to do. Those funds paid to people, the ones paid to people for different things, if traced, will also be recovered. If you trace it, if you're able to connect it, you go and recover it too. So it doesn't matter that it's not in the hands of a lawyer. So, and lawyers can be different. If you have taken steps following the guidelines too, and the steps are shown to be reasonable, to that you will not have known that that money is coming from that money laundering, nothing will happen to that money. Nobody will take it from you. But if it is shown that you are careless or negligent or didn't care, that money will be recovered from you. if it's traced to you. So it's not just because you're a lawyer. Any fund, any criminal fund traced is recoverable from anywhere, including the one given to the Pope. It's recoverable. The one given to charity is recoverable. The one given to build a road for the town hall is recoverable. Every traceable criminal fund. So it's not just because you're a lawyer and doing money laundering. So that's why it's good to check all those things to be sure that we are entering this business and the only funds you have seen with this man is the only funds of money laundering. You are only going to do this case pro bono. There have been cases too. It's not as if it's that's clear in relation to how to handle it. There are also cases from England and US where at the end of the trial, the monies were traced, and the lawyers had to make special application for fee, and the courts had to argue. The state and courts had to, and the lawyers had to argue, and the courts made decisions on what part of that money recovered can be used to settle fee. So at worst, you can request court approval to get the money, but it has to be cleared in that process. It's not something just close eyes and pocket and say, to hell.
Thank you so much. Please, we have a cross-examination questions on tapping of phones. So the doctor from NFIU will answer that question.
I need to just say one thing, that it's very critical for the lawyers to follow the guidelines that has been provided. And once you follow the guidelines strictly, I'm sure that issues around the tapping of funds and all that will be, prevented. And also, we need to mention to you that this guideline is not watertight. From time to time, there might be an update in terms of, try to amend it, or also to add new features or remove some issues that are not in line with the best practices. And as you also said, regarding the funds, illicit proceeds of crime, you need to follow the due diligence principle that has been listed in your regulation. That will help you to be able to eliminate criminal funds, vis-a-vis the legitimate funds. And it will also guide you to be able to know that the brief you are taking is not also, proceed of crime. Because courts has, once court order is given to recover proceed of crime, it will be traced to anywhere, if include brief given to you. If it is proceed of crime, it will be recovered. So that is very critical.
Thank you.
So recovery of proceed of crime is subject to the court's order. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
And
much.
our guideline says you must know the source of the funds. Our own guidelines, we have put it there. You must know the source of your fund.
Thank you so much, Prof. Please, a Toyota RAV4 is blocking some other cars. The plate number is SMK 502GX, a white Toyota RAV4. Please, if that's your car, kindly go and move it. Thank you. Please, Ma, you've been raising your hands, please. We are taking just 3 questions from here. Thank you, ma'am.
That's a lovely day to the panelists, my teacher and friend. I am now Lady Israel B. Mats, formerly IBB Benede. I am the queen of the bar, Abuja.
You are welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is very simple. My teacher and my friend, Prof. Ojukwu, the appointment process. If I heard you clearly that the president, my friend as well, is the king of the bar, is my king, I'm his queen.
King Yakubu.
That it is probably not going to inaugurate this committee. Why? That's my first question. Are we going to see the situation like Buhari being left this morning, and in the afternoon, our president removed subsidy from the petroleum system? So who will do the appointments, and what are the criteria? Because the appointment lately in the bar and somewhere the judiciary is all family and friends details. So how are we going to get the appointment done? Are they going to be all SANs, junior members of the bar, the ones that are like me that have 2 decades over? Or how are they going to do it? I want to find out, because appointments legally now is the family affair, friends affair. Then it means I'm also qualified because I'm your friend. I'm also the queen of the president. So thank you so very much. Then finally, would this committee translate also to the local bars, or is going to be only a standing committee national? I want to advise it, translate it also to all the branches of the Bar of Nigeria Bar Association. Thank you very much. Once again, I am the queen of the bar.
Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you. A very apt question, actually, from the queen of the bar. Please, to the gentleman. Please, to the gentleman there. Yes, please. Okay, let us look. Let us look, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity of acknowledging and thanking all the members of the panel, because I know you said no comments, but I cannot but acknowledge that it has triggered a lot of thoughts in my mind. And in fact, I agree with the lady that said that we probably know all what is going to be discussed, but somehow it has resided in the back of our minds. And indeed, the fact that most of us have not read the documents, the guidelines from beginning to end, I think is the real reason why we are living dangerously. I say we are living dangerously because you never know. And indeed, where you are exposed to clients who ordinarily look normal, they are doing legitimate businesses. When you are suspicious and you are uncomfortable, the need now for us to go out and ensure that we report, I think, is very important. I want to thank you for bringing back to my attention the UN consolidation list and the Nigerian sanction list. It's something that you know, but you don't think about. So for me, without more, I felt I had a need to say, thank you very much, because we could find ourselves in trouble. But finally, Mr. President, sir, the Queen has mentioned, but I was thinking about it very seriously. So the question comes to you. I think there's an urgent need to set up that committee. The reason being that indeed, why a lot of people frowned at SCOMO and all of them is that we shouldn't be reporting to just anyone. We know who we should report to, because we are the people who are supposed to be advising. So I don't know why Doctor said what he said, and the Queen picked it up. And I'm also saying there is a need, and it's urgent, that indeed set up that committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lenelso. Please, to the gentleman who will be the last person to ask any question physically. We'll be going online subsequently. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Chukwuma Onyekwelo. I'm from the Unity Bar. The question I have borders on lawyers being paid from money suspected to be proceeds of crime. When the gentleman was asking the question, I thought some issues are already settled by the Supreme Court, and such should be our guide when we gather in a forum like this as legal professionals. some of our senior members have been taken to the court by EFCC based on this subject matter being paid from money suspected from proceeds of crime. Former MBA President Paul Osaro and lately Chief Michael Zokome. And the Supreme Court settled the matter, stating that a lawyer is entitled to be paid for his services, and it's not his duty to start asking the client where the money comes from. And when Supreme Court makes a statement on matters of this nature, it should be our guide and final. For us to be making other comment, offering or advice, I may be guided properly to know the one that is better, the opinion of people gathered here or the one provided by the Supreme Court. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
May I respond to that? May I respond to that? I'm sorry.
All right.
May I respond to that? I appreciate, and this is something that everybody says. The Supreme Court made a decision. I haven't read the judgment, okay? That a lawyer is entitled to be paid. Absolutely. Nobody questions that. We are entitled to our money. We work, we're entitled to be paid. However, the law is very clear. You cannot receive money that's the proceeds of crime. If the Supreme Court said that the interpretation of that provision in the statute is that if you're a lawyer, you can receive that, I would say with all due respect to them that they're wrong. I don't think that they did. I can tell you a story of how the case that put me on the map for money laundering, for anti-fraud, was the Mude and Anajemba case. We chased solicitors in the UK. We made them pay back. In fact, once we started querying them and saying this, they paid back the money. They didn't want to run the risk of being sued. I know that certain of the people who were chasing, when they were trying to instruct solicitors in the UK, the solicitors make them jump through all sorts of hoops to make sure, to satisfy themselves that what they were going to be paid with wasn't stolen money. I mean, they made them jump through those hoops, because if you receive stolen money, as Prof has said, even if not in a criminal case, in a civil case, that money will be clawed back. And that is something that there's no escaping from. Unfortunately, here in Nigeria, nobody's chasing them, but the law is the law. It's taken 20 years from 2004 for us to get here. It's taken 17 years from when SCOMO was setting stuff up. The day of reckoning will come. The law is clear. And if the Supreme Court decides that they're going to help certain legal practitioners avoid certain consequences, it's temporary. The day of reckoning will always come. And I have to say this, I'm not a religious person. I'm not preaching. I'm just speaking the truth as I see it.
Thank you so much.
It is to talk more about this too. We have this culture of saying that we are honest people, yet we want to receive stolen money. We're happy that somebody is saying Supreme Court say you can receive stolen money. You should not be an armed robber, but you can receive stolen money. It makes no sense. We just pretend that we are honest, but we like to receive stolen money. That's what you're saying. Now, those decisions you have summarized, didn't say all those things you said. But the ones that said, for example, the source of your is not, you shouldn't trace it, has been overtaken by events. The Money Laundering Act now says you should know the source of your funds. It wasn't there before. Our guideline says you should know the source of your funds, because we want to cure that what my village people call iberibe, of you don't want to be a thief, but you can be receiving stolen money.
Thank you so much. There are other questions that have been asked, but I would just like to go through the online. Okay, Mr. President. Mr. President would like to answer the question on committee. Please, who has the microphone, please? The microphone, please. Who has the microphone? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, when the Queen asks a question, the King had better answer that question. And of course, learned senior advocate had also asked the question. But I made a remark early on when I welcomed our colleagues to this meeting. I actually said that within the week that committee will be put in place. And like I said, this process, this exercise that we're having now, we should have had it last year. That was why in passing the regulation, the rules of professional conduct, we were deliberate about allowing time for sensitization, for trainings, before implementation, before enforcement, before the law would come into force. So it was passed in June 2023, but was made to take effect 1st of January 2024. But we couldn't do any of this last year. Why? Because there were transitions, both mainstream, the government, and also with the EFCC. And so we couldn't do, that's why we are doing it now. And that's why we also requested that all actions be suspended until we train people. You don't expect compliance from people, even though ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but then it makes it easier for even the assessment that the law enforcement agencies would do, because we all know what we are supposed to do. We have retuned our minds to the place where we know these laws, we know these rules, we are conversant with the guidelines. We put those steps in place. And the learned senior advocate was asking that Prof should avail that template of his form. Yes, we would all get a template from Prof, but then the one that is also suggested from the authorities should also be made available to us. So that committee will be put in place, and it's a committee that I believe those who are going to succeed us will not do anything about. The reason Prof was making that prophecy earlier was because Prof calls me a bully, that I bullied him into having to do work. You know, when he talked about calling him at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. and all of that, he only missed that word. He is hoping that I will not continue bullying him. But you know, the provisions of the guidelines too clearly prescribe the qualifications for those who are eligible to be appointed, the expertise and all of that. And I'm sure this house, even though this is not NEC, those who agree that Prof has expertise in this area say aye. We are beginning the process of the appointment too. Those who also believe that Mr. Gideon Ogundipe has tremendous expertise in this area say aye.
Aye.
I say no more, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Please, we have had a very engaging time online. We have more than 800 members that have joined online, and so they have asked some questions that I would like to put to our panelists here. Now, this question goes to the NFIU experts. Amarachi asked, I work in the insurance industry, and while filing reports to NFIU for transactions within the threshold of above 5 million naira for individual and above 10 million naira for a company, there is provision to provide clients BVN, and most clients are usually not willing to disclose their BVN. And because of this, the report is rejected by NFIU. What can one do about this? Fubara asked a follow-up question and said that this might even be that we are breaching the privacy law. That's for you. Then for Mr. Babajide Ogundipe, sir, someone asked, sorry, please, just give me a second, sir. Sorry, please. Right, please, you can go ahead and answer that question while I look for other questions, please.
The question is sometimes the reporting formats kind of have unique fields that you need to populate. But what we do at the NFIU is that when your report is being rejected, you are supposed to get in touch with the NFIU ICT team. And they will now tell you, they will give you alternative way in which such report can be transmitted to the NFIU. There are so many platforms. I mean, the transmission method, you can send even via email if you think your report is being rejected. So there are alternative ways, but what you need to do is for you to call the NFIU financial sector to give you the guidance on how you are going to make, how your report is going to be accepted at the NFIU. So that's what I will tell you. If you're a compliance officer, try and get to the NFIU compliance sector. They will be very happy to help you to get that result.
Thank you, sir. Then to Mr. Abajide Ogundipe, Gabriel Adewara asked that Mr. Ogundipe stated that the mere presence of a red flag should not mean that a report should be made. That one has to look deeper before making such a report. The question is, what are some examples or typical things or issues that may cancel the need for making a report? That's the question. And to Madam Kwakwa, a young lawyer is asking in terms of professional development that what certification would you suggest for young lawyers interested in anti-money laundering and CFT? What would you suggest in terms of professional development? Those are the questions that I have for now. So please, Mr. Goodikwe.
Well, I was just going through the notes that I made about red flags. Every case has got to be taken on its own merits. It's not, there's a red flag there. I mean, let me just give you examples of red flags. For example, the transaction. A client is secretive. You ask him a question, he doesn't want to answer. Now, it might be that he's trying to hide something criminal. Or it just might be, for example, just to give you a joke. This actually happened, I'm told. There's a Ghanaian man, it's an immigration at a London airport. The immigration officer asks him, how much money do you have with you? You ask for the another example is has convictions or is under investigation for acquisitive crime or has known connections with criminals. Now that is a red flag because he has criminal associations. Doesn't mean that the reason why he's come to you is a
But to be versed in the topic of money laundering or anti-money laundering and CFT, you need to read. There's no one size fits all. So you need to read what applies to your country vis-a-vis the rules and the laws that are there. Understand the concepts, and from there you grow in the field and then build up your own knowledge as well. So I think it's more about reading. There's a lot of material out there, lots of free webinars, and with this ACAM certification, you can build your capacity in anti-money laundering or and CFT. That's what I can say.
Thank you. And finally, members just want to know, and this is directed to the director of SCUMO, that what is SCUMO doing about the bottlenecks in collecting SCUMO certificates, and that in 2024, people patronizing you should not still be collecting physical certificates. They just want to know. Thank you. And then after that, we're done.
Thank you. Just to inform that since the 15th of May, 2024, SCUMO no longer issues hard copy certificates.
That's a good information.
So it's not e-copy. If I go back to the office, all the processes are done. All I need to do is to click on issue and it ends up in your email address provided. So that is already been addressed.
Thank you so much. That's a point of information for all our members. Please, a very big round of applause to these wonderful facilitators. You will agree with me that we've had a very wonderful time. And on that note, the MBA president will be presenting a token from the MBA to distinguished facilitators. Just after that, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adeshina Adegbite, will come onto the stage to give the closing remarks and, of course, vote of thanks to all of you, all of you, all of you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Mr. President, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Publicity. And let me lend my voice again to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you. I found a way of doing it to each and every one of you. We do not take for granted the sacrifices that you have made, the time and the resources that you put in to prepare to come and educate us and bring illumination on this particular subject. And you can see from the turnout, this is something that has agitated the minds of our colleagues for some time. And we actually have just struck the chord in all that we have done up until this time. And so we appreciate each and every one of you. May I start by calling up the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Mr. Ola Olu Koyode, represented by Daniel Isse. Well, this is to appreciate the chairman for this collaborative effort, and this is with compliments from the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you very much for coming.
Mr. Babajide Ogundikpe, sir.
This is not your anniversary gift, but this is to appreciate you for all the work that you've done for the NBA and the sacrifices for the profession as a whole. We thank you so much, very much. We appreciate your coming and the knowledge that you have shared. Thank you, sir.
Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Because we'll be having a group picture. Please don't go yet.
Together.
Professor Ernest Ojukwu, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
You can see Prof is confirming what I said, that I'm looking for his trouble. This is not bullying. You can see that all your colleagues, your students appreciate what you are doing, and we say a very big thank you to you. And you know, the prize for being good at what you do is that we'll give you more of it to do. So thank you so very much, sir. Congratulations.
Dr. Emmanuel Shotande of the NFIU.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for coming. You asked some questions about the things on your mind, the sort of collaboration that you want to see. And I can assure you that we are ready and willing to collaborate. We would build capacity to do that, and we will deliver on this very important responsibility. Thank you very much for the knowledge that you've come to share with us. We appreciate
it. Ms. Ongunan Kakwa.
Ngunam, thank you so much for that illumination that you brought on this subject, the overview that you gave. And we will be calling you again to come and share this, because like we said earlier, this is just the first of the series that we would have across the country. So be ready that we'll be calling you back to come and continue this good work. Thank you so very much. God bless.
Thank you. And Mr. Irinomo Temitope, the teacher.
Our own dear teacher. Thank you so very much. In fact, until I saw the badge, I thought they brought you from the university to come and speak on this subject. Thank you so very much. God bless.
Thank you. Please, may I call on the General Secretary of the MBA and the representative of the chairman of the EFCC to please come on to the podium while the General Secretary gives the closing remarks and, of course, the vote of thanks. Then we'll take a picture. And subsequently, we'll be inviting all Senior Advocates of Nigeria here to also join us on the podium for a closing picture. Thank you. Vote of thanks very
Mr. President, our distinguished facilitators, learned Senior Advocate of Nigeria who are here physically present and attending virtually, distinguished members of the bar. It's given me great pleasure to, on behalf of the entirety of members of Nigerian Bar Association, to appreciate these wonderful facilitators who have done us proud and, of course, fed us from the fountain of knowledge, particularly with respect to the operations of the AML. And of course, the knowledge that have impacted on us and letting us know that we must get it right as far as the AML is concerned. I must especially appreciate all our members who at very short notice made it to this event. I can only say thank you for doing, although, of course, the numerous members who are also attending through the Zoom platform. I also thank you for being patient since morning that we started till now. Of course, it is important that I say that this is to the benefit of all of us. It is for the security of our practice, of course, the progress of our practice. We must take to heart and take note of all those acronyms, the KYC, the CTR, the SCRs, all of those reporting lines that we must take very cognizance of and make good use of them to benefit our practice. And of course, ensure that we are always on the right path as far as, any legitimate brief is concerned. And let me use this opportunity to also join the rest of our members, both here and online, to congratulate our father, our leader, my own father, Mr. Babajide Ogundipe, for his 43rd wedding anniversary today. I thank you all for coming, and God bless you as return.
Thank you, Mr. General Secretary. Like I earlier mentioned, all members that have attended this event will be entitled to the requisite CLE points and certificates. If you have not filled your form, please go behind the room and you will see an ICLE staff there who will take your details for that CLE points and certificates. Please, thank you. National officers that are present, okay, we take picture with facilitators and the representative of the EFCC chairman. Subsequently, senior advocates will please join us on the podium. Chairman Anti-Corruption Committee, all senior advocates of Nigeria, please join us on the podium for a picture, please.
My prof, almost everybody is going. Go to the center.
Thank you so much, everyone, for attending this event. Like we had mentioned, this is the end of this session, of this series. There will be subsequent series in other zones of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you, and there will be, no. Yes, oh no. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you for coming, and good to see your faces, and we hope to see you again some other time. Thank you, and have a wonderful remainder of your day. Bye.